Welcome to Beetlebird is in Confluence, featuring Phantasy Star Online, Episode 3, Card Revolution. I gotta handle a few details real quick. Forgot to fill out this episode stuff.
Hey Chris, you were saying you had a history with this show. Or this, well, you were saying that you have no history with it. You've wanted to play it for a long time.
Huh?
I was talking to Chris, but he's filling out the episode stub for this quarter. I was just thinking, as far as intros go, seems prime time to provide one.
It reminds me of our buddy's music. I just hope to contribute to the group with them. They invited me to soon.
Oh, hey Chris, got a question for you.
Anything.
Are you someone, or do you know someone who has a lot of good, experience with making video?
Define experience, but I'm using OBS and I've put video onto YouTube before.
I mean, if I could describe a video to them and then they go out and make it and produce it and clip it together and then deliver it to me for a price. Kind of a package deal kind of thing.
I've done that, and my father's done it a few more times than I have, so I know I could. Why, what's up? I know a few other people who might, be as well. What's going on?
You think you could use AI? Because I can't figure it out. I mean,
I could do it both, that and by hand a little bit if we want or need or whatever.
For a civic duty project, as far as my contribution to society, which is never going to be standing in protest in a crowd, not my place. I'm working on a project which comes off like a business because it needs my complete attention to make the product better and better over time. But it's a thing that needs a promotional video to sell the product because it's the kind of project that needs mass adoption to be really good, and so it really needs to be promoted very thoroughly. Yeah, so what I would be doing is getting funding contingent on a promotional vision that I would need to communicate to both investors and also to artists capable of making it come true. I made a GIF as a conceptual grasping point, and I could show the GIF and then I could explain the concept, but I mean, it's in depth, it's very in depth. But that's basically what the project is. Sorry you asked. Chris. Beetlebird. Are you listening though? Or not? It's okay. Go ahead, do your thing. Well, you know, give a guy some heads up so he doesn't blather on into nothing. Feels like a quiet spot here.
Hey Chris, does your PS3 still update? Do they still update PS3s?
Well, I treat ChatGPT like a bitch, cause it's so good to me. So, so Chris, what I would be doing is getting funding contingent on a promotion that I would need to communicate to
Why are you
both
listening?
investors and also to artists capable of making it come true. I made a GIF.
Okay, if you're listening, then I'm asking, why aren't you playing?
Grasping point. So it really needs to be promoted very thoroughly.
I don't understand, buddy.
Yeah, so...
What?
Seriously, okay?
So it really needs to be promoted very thoroughly. I'm
Yo, I'm a little worried about
project,
Chris, to be honest.
which comes off like a business.
Chris, do you have a gun to your head right now?
Complete attention.
What?
Yes, because it needs my complete attention.
Yo, Ghost. Yo,
for
Ghost.
a civic duty project for as far as
Chris?
my contribution to society, which is never going to be standing in protest in a crowd. Not my place. I'm working on a project
I'm here.
which comes off like a business because it needs my complete attention. It makes the product better and better over time.
What?
But it's a thing that needs a promotional video to sell the product because you know, it's the kind of project that
you're
needs
talking
like,
about that
mass
right
adoption
now.
to be really good.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of project that needs like
to promote
mass
the product,
adoption.
because the product
It's
is
the kind of
only
project
any
that needs
good
like mass adoption
when a lot of
to
people
be
pay attention
really
to
good.
it.
And so it really needs to be promoted very thoroughly.
Yeah, very important. So it has to have broad appeal. It has to discriminate against no one.
Yeah, so
No one.
what I would be doing is getting funding contingent on a promotional vision that I would need to communicate to both investors,
The rich and
also
the poor
to
must have
artists
exactly the same amount of power
capable of making it come true.
in using the product.
I made a GIF as like a conceptual
it's a
Right.
good equalizer, this product.
grasping point.
Yeah.
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 Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a tricky sort of go-to-market strategy because it's got to be strongly established beforehand. So the marketing has to basically tell a story that leads to a promise tied to a specific date in the future. And then the anticipation of that date would make the final revelation of the product much more of an event. So, I mean, think like how Apple would, schedule and then release their products. Kind of along that line. Yeah, and when they cook it, it spreads through the air. Well, the carnivores in this world, they exist. And they're not all human either. Some of them are human. What do you think, Rose? What do you think? Do you have any witchy magic?
Yeah.
We could use some witchy magic, I think. Chris is getting a smell of meat in his room, so he has to take precautions there.
Yeah, because vegans are allergic to meat.
That's pretty extreme. This man is honest. We need more honesty in our media. Would you like to join the media business? Just kidding. So do you know any people that you can run that project by? Oh, you got wheat and meat. Pizza is hell. Do you ever eat a dandelion salad? My friend just did today. Yeah. Oh. That is a shame, mister. That's awful. Well then what the
Which
hell did you eat?
restaurant do you hate the most?
Wendy's. Hands down. That guy hates McDonald's right there. You know what? We're gonna have a lot more McDonald's now. King Donald is gonna open up a bunch of McDonald's, you know why? Because it's called McDonald's, dumbass. Get it? Get it? Get
Let
it?
him finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
No, he wasn't gonna
Robert-
finish. I just had to interject that. There's gonna be more McDonald's outlets. But, Chris, if you don't want that to happen, there's something you can do. You can make your democratic voice heard. Because you, sir, are honest and principled
And that's the kind of votes that we want cast in this universe. It was decided long ago. That's how we wanted it.
And you can train convicted felons to be vegan and play video games instead of committing crimes.
Yeah, that's a controversial opinion. I'm not so sure about that. Is that a fact? Yeah. Gotcha. That sounds very complicated, sir. But you know what I would say? I've got a song that this brings to mind. Do you mind if I sing it? Okay. Oh wait, hang on. I fucked up the playback. Okay. I'm listening to it. I was a boy at the best. Oh, never mind. I can't sing it. So never mind. But anyway, it does bring that to mind. You know, because the song is about the puzzlement of life. Yeah. So it's about how we find confusion even in things that we used to already have made conclusions about long ago. And we've filled our head with facts, but of which I wish I was more certain. I was sure. It's a puzzlement. And what to tell the children, and how to educate a child. Despite all that we know, we can't figure those things out. Okay. Alright. If you insist. Hey, witch. Wake up, witch. Hey, witch. Ghost. Ghost. Ghost.
Oh, I forgot I was muted.
Oh my god.
I was saying what, and you couldn't hear me?
Hey, what's up, dirty grand map? Chris had to go, like, take care of something.
I love you.
I love you too. What brings this on?
Oh, shut up.
You silly hermit, you.
I like to spread the love and positivity.
Yeah, baby. Love it.
Do you still talk to Ruby?
Oh yeah. Every day.
I heard that you were planning to move in with her.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I'm so confused with that now. It's just, it's not even an option at this point. So, it's nothing to really think about there.
I'm sorry.
It's like I was saying, we live in the land of the free, in the home of the brave, and this is the place where you have every right to emancipate yourself from any situation that you choose. And look at us. What are we doing but choosing to remain in situations that don't serve us? The fuck? That's what I was saying before. Yeah. So I guess that's probably where I struggle too. Because it's hard to like leave the stream and the flow of things and who you've been connected with and go to an entirely different place. So like that's like kind of been heard of, you know? Well, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that are chasing after, like, wealth, you know? But
Yeah.
sometimes there's so much of that, it seems like there's no room for any of the other people. But the other people are more like what God intended on this earth in the first place.
Can you say that again?
I said that the poor are generally the salt of the earth.
How are they the salt of the earth?
Well, that's just a saying, but it goes for they're not corrupted by the higher influences of the chasing after money. Except, of course, in the smallest of ways. But
I thought
they're
that
not.
I thought salt dehydrates the earth.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it ain't good for.
So I would say that the poor are the soil of the earth.
Salt of the earth, I was saying.
The soil of the earth.
No, I didn't say that.
Wait, that's bad?
The poor people are
It's
the
not.
salt of the earth. Because in Matthew 5:13, Jesus says, "You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has become tasteless, how can it be made salty again?" And if, right. Yeah. But we're taking this in the wrong direction though, because that phrase had nothing to do with that. And so now that we've explained that, let's realize that that's not the point of saying salt of the earth. That's not the visual imagery that is intended in that saying. See, it's a metaphor, okay? And it comes from the Bible, and Jesus uses it to refer to people who are a positive and influential force in the world, like salt that preserves and flavors, and that they are known for their honesty and reliability. It's used to describe people who are considered good, honest, and dependable. Salt of the earth.
So, that's the meaning. And regardless of how the etymology stacks up scientifically, that's the meaning. So if we're going to focus on what the meaning of the words being spoken by each other is, then that's how we're going to honor that, by talking about that meaning. Oh, I missed your stream, buddy. How did I get disconnected?
I think about Uncharted a lot.
Sounded like a cool game to me. I looked it up. Congratulations. Oh, and then I'll be like 5 minutes behind. We got any viewers? You lose. Aha. Ha ha ha. You lose. Ha ha ha. Even if you lose, don't worry. You won't lose any cards, and you'll still get new ones. I'm not getting any audio. Is there no music in this game? Ghost.
Huh?
Read me a bedtime story. Ghost. Ghost,
I
where
don't
are you going?
I don't know a bedtime story.
You don't have Google?
Once upon a time, there was three little pigs.
Yeah. And then what? What happened?
They had a house. One little pig
Oh.
had.
What did the pig have?
One had straw, one had bricks, and one had wood. Sticks.
Okay. They had sticks and wood inside their house?
They had 3 different houses.
Oh. And
there came
is...
a big bad wolf. He went to the house that was made out of hay first.
Oh, it was out of hay? I thought it was sticks or wood.
No, it was hay, sticks, bricks. So he knocked on the door, and
The wolf?
not by the hair, my shitty. And then he blowed the house down, and the little pig hurt.
All the way home. Oh. Not by the hair of my chin.
Because you couldn't possibly blow in a house made of sticks. Come on, buddy. I mean, you're a fucking wolf. Just don't even try.
And
Oh,
then
By the
and
hair
then
of
the
my
wolf,
chin chin.
and then the pig went to his brother with the steak house, and the wolf was like, little pigs, let me in. Not by the hair, by the shitty shit shit. Then I huff and I puff and I blow your house down. And he
Yeah.
huffed and he puffed and he blew their house down. The pigs
Oh,
screamed,
what?
"Eek!" And
Wait, how the
then,
fuck did he do that? Come on, this guy's good. This wolf is unstoppable. We're in
and
trouble
then
now.
the pigs screamed, "Eek!" And then they went to the house with the brick. And
Oh, the brick.
the pig, the wolf said, little pigs, let me in. Not by the hair, by the chinny chin chin.
Because it's brick, so definitely not gonna happen. Definitely
And
not this
then,
time.
and then the wolf, he huffed and he puffed and he tried to blow the house down.
Ah,
But he couldn't.
aha, I
And
told you.
then he came up with a different plan. He went to the
What?
chimney of the house.
Oh shit! How did he get up there?
He climbed the chimney of the house, and the
He's a
little pigs
werewolf.
got a trick up their sleeves.
What?
They set the fireplace. They ignited the fireplace,
Oh,
and
they're
the
so smart.
pig and the wolf got cooked in the fireplace, and then the
Oh,
pig ate
sweet.
him. The end.
Alright. That is a beautiful story. I'm glad I have ancestors. Yeah, so interesting because not by the hair of my chin 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 literally means
I just saw
this.
that he was live on YouTube.
Okay, hi. Dude, not by
Sorry
the hair
about
of my
that,
chinny chin chin
Jay.
means. Oh,
I forgot. I think the last time you were talking, I accidentally turned you down too low. Oops.
oh, so you couldn't hear me. That explains it. Hi, how you doing?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
I
we
just
were just.
got
Oh.
done
You got done?
watching my one friend do.
Watching your one friend do.
I was watching my one friend get the notes ready to post for. I'm part of a small Christian server called the Blacksmith, and we had fellowship tonight, like the first meeting.
Mhm.
It was pretty damn awesome.
Good. Good for you. Glad to hear it. Well, we were just talking about that story, you know, that old folk story about the 3 little
Yeah.
pigs and the big bad
The
wolf.
Grimace story is a lot more cruel if it's the original Grimace story.
Well, yeah, but hold on.
But
Before we
different.
go into that, I was making a point when you came in, and I stopped because you started talking. But I was just wanted to finish that point if you don't mind, and then we could talk about the grimace. Okay?
It's fine.
Okay. So, Ghost.
Yeah.
So you remember that line? Is it little pigs, let me in? And then what?
Yeah.
What does it say next?
He died.
No. No. There's a retort. The pigs say, little pig, let me
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin.
in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Jeez. Ghost. You're not. Get with it. Okay. So, you know, what that actually is saying is basically, dear sweet wolf, you are so deluded to think that you can blow my house in with your mere breath. In fact, if you were to stand there and keep on blowing on my house all freaking night while I sit in here safe and sound, not even by the time that the hairs of my chin, meaning the beard of the storyteller, start to grow, which would come like in the morning, he would feel his chin and it was rough now. Not by the coming of the hair of my chin. Not even by then will you blow my house in. That's what they're saying. Not by the hair of my chin.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that blew my mind. Sometimes all you gotta do is think about something and it just unlocks to you. Because they had to shorten that down to a rhyme because kids had heard it before, so you couldn't stretch it out. But the first time you tell it, I think you're supposed to stretch it out a bit for the storytelling purpose. For the child who doesn't know the story.
Man.
You can make a whole dialogue about that crazy moment when a wolf is demanding that you let him into your house that you locked out of fear of him. You know, you could stretch that dialogue a lot, and it's a tense emotional moment. So it makes for good storytelling. I bet they used to tell a long form version of that and we've lost it to the shortened one. But it still tells the story. It's pretty cool. I love stories. And Pinocchio. Oh, I love Pinocchio.
I love when stories unpack themselves. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
There's a bad storm on the way.
You got a storm coming in?
Yeah, a really bad one. My lake.
Are you in the Midwest?
No, I'm in Texas. There's a really bad storm on the way, though.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Some fucking tumbleweeds at your house.
Tornado!
I heard
Yeah,
you.
they need a lot more trees out there, and they're like, huh, trees. Like, yeah.
You gotta know your tornado safety if you're gonna be living out there. How'd you get there in the first place?
I was born and raised in Texas, and I'm still living in Texas. No, I'm gonna be
Sandy
bad
Cheeks.
because I have metal in my leg from a accident that happened in 2016 off of my pedal bike. Somehow I got off balance and got pinned, and then somehow broke my knee really good.
Oh shit! You broke your knee.
Oh, the
Can you
firefighters
walk?
actually got sued because they're the ones that broke my knee worse than what it was.
Oh, ouch!
Because they
Oh,
were
are you
trying to
okay?
make me stand on it. Yeah.
No,
But what-
no, come on. Hey.
When there's a bad storm about to happen, that's when it.
Oh, it probably hurts, right?
Yeah, it hurts like hell.
I hear ya. Sorry to hear that.
Built-in barometer.
Yeah. So there's that. That hurts though.
I count myself very lucky for my only problem being an old TMJ problem and oversensitivity to petroleum products.
And roommates. God damn it.
Well, physical
Oh,
problems,
well,
but
yeah, I forgot about that. About you. To be honest, I totally forgot.
Twice upon a time.
Twice upon a
It's a Doctor Who Magic the Gathering card.
time. Okay. Hey, Ghost.
Yeah.
Thanks for telling that story.
One of these nights, once I finish some more pages on my story, I think I'll be able to do a voice reading on it.
Oh. Neat.
Yeah, I can't wait. I feel revitalized.
You do.
Friends been playing Final Fantasy today. Not as long as my one friend. Yeah, that was good though.
What about me? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's Wednesday. Okay.
Hey, Ghost, can you tell me another one?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me the one about the boy who cried wolf?
Once upon a time, there was a boy sitting up on the hill. He was by a tree. He went. He went to a village. He went to the village and cried, "Wolf, wolf, wolf!" And then the village came with their pitchforks and torches and followed the boy up the hill and found out there was no wolf. The boy stayed on the hill for a little while, and then he went to the village and cried, "Wolf, wolf, wolf!"
Why did it go to the
There was
village?
no wolf. I'll get into that.
You're getting to it?
Yeah,
Okay, if you say so.
wolf.
Uh-huh.
It made me lose my place.
So, he went to the village again, and then he cried wolf, wolf, wolf.
And then, yeah, he went to the village again and he cried, "Wolf, wolf, wolf!" And then he um went to the he and when he was at the hill again and no wolf was there, they went back. And then there was an actual wolf that came that was coming up the hill. He ran to the village and cried, "Wolf, wolf, wolf!" But nobody came.
But he was at the village at this point.
Oh, damn, I messed the story up, but I had in the village and the hill and stuff.
That's what I was trying to point out earlier.
I don't
Thank
know, it's
you.
just how my mama told me. I'm sorry. I forgot how she told me.
Yeah, it's okay. Thanks anyway.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Interesting that we can, mix up our memories and our history in our own mind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wolf! Wolf, wolf!
Are you okay, Bethany? You're so quiet.
Oh, sorry. My brain is thinking right now.
It's okay. Just, okay. Good to know.
And now it's just thinking on what the heck happened.
What the heck happened?
Yeah, that was a weird feeling where I couldn't move. I went into my laundry room because the wind was bad outside and I wanted to be outside.
Yeah.
And I was on voice call with the fellowship. And oh, it was amazing. I felt told my mentor about it and I said I felt the Holy Spirit
Yeah.
like just come over me and would not move. Same thing happened when I first talked to my first friend, two friends actually. I'm just thinking, ugh, my hair is long. I don't want it long.
Do you like Christian rock? Because you know what? I really love Collective Soul.
Oh, I like Christian rock. I think my favorite one is my favorite hymn that came out of the Time of Sorrow is the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Oh my god, I have that on a playlist. I love it.
Yes, I do too.
Oh wow, that's amazing. We have to listen to it sometime. It's a very Christian song, isn't it?
My
It's a very
favorite
Christian.
one on YouTube is by William Taft and William Taft. I can't remember who else sings it with him, but I think it's just him, and he sings it at I can't remember where. It's been a while since I've seen that video. I know the Saint Benedict's Georgian chant, and actually can speak a little bit. Georgian.
Georgian.
No, it's Georgian. Near it's near Ukraine.
Oh man.
This sport needs to get in. I have a friend who wants to go to Finland, but it's near Russia, I guess.
Penny Lou.
So,
Yeah. Well, there's always history. Hey Beth, look in the side chat. I give you history.
Yeah, hold on. Let me ask ChatGPT a question. Yes.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
No, my friend actually got it to act like a human for some reason, and I'm just toiling with it a bit.
You're toiling.
Yeah,
Toying?
I'm messing with it.
Toying. Okay.
that's a pretty good history.
Thanks. Yeah, I made that myself with ChatGPT.
You know, I guess that people be like, oh, you can't use AI, and I can understand what they mean if you're using it for art or to create stuff. Well, that's not yours, but like, ChatGPT is helpful.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Don't let the haters, talk you out of it. In fact, it's kind of a life skill. So
It's giving people who, when cars were invented, they would rather ride horses instead of cars.
Yeah, we had that crossover with horses and cars back in the day. That's actually pictured here.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, it's like a 10-second history lesson. Welcome to Earth. This is your
I got a
audio
ping.
system.
Oh, cool.
Does Valve be muted again?
Huh?
Does
Yep.
Valve have?
Just shows how much has changed.
Does
Deal
Valve
with
have
the cars and
again?
stuff.
Yeah.
Can you ask her?
What?
Can you ask Valve if she has me muted?
No, I don't have you muted.
Oh, okay.
If I had you muted, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you were talking over her, so that's what makes her ask. Sorry. Sorry, Beth.
Yeah, sometimes my ears don't like to work when they need to.
Oh.
one of those. I understand.
Oh no, I have a little bit of a hearing problem on the right.
Oh,
So it.
tell me more about your accident where you fucked up your knee.
So I have no idea what the hell happened. All I know is I was turning around because there was a raccoon, which was cool. Because I just got my bike all fixed by my grandfather, and he brought me back in his truck with the bike. And
Uh-huh.
I was like, my mom and dad were fixing a tail light on our uh red Subaru at the time.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ride my bike just a little past this one house and turn
Mhm.
around and make sure everything's working. Somehow the chain popped off. I didn't realize it.
Mm.
And I guess I slid somehow. I got pinned. It took 4 firefighters to get it off. The handlebars got bent. My
Were you going
grandfather was
fast?
able to.
Hang on.
No,
It
I
sounded
wasn't
like.
going fast at all. Mind
But
you,
what
this
the
is a
heck
pedal bike.
happened?
I have bloody no idea.
Oh, come here. 1 minute, you're just kind of cruising around, blah blah, no big deal. Next minute, chain is off. Didn't notice that before, but notice it now.
Yeah, and I also
And-
blacked out for
And
2 minutes before they came.
do you have any memory of like flying toward the ground or anything?
I remember hitting the ground really hard and crying, and then, or no, I blacked out for a minute, and for like 2 minutes, and then came, because I remember everything went dark for a minute, and then after that,
Sounds very foggy, Beth.
yeah, no, I have trouble remembering what happened, why I blacked out for a minute.
And firefighters showed up?
Yeah, they showed up because I was home. Luckily, a neighbor at the time we knew went and got my mom and dad because I started crying. That was that was fucking. That was really.
Really? What? You're breaking up.
Not have been worse, but they tried to stand me up, and then we heard the crunch.
And you felt it, yeah? Or were you in shock?
Yeah, I felt it. So my knees rebuilt.
Oh my god.
Basically.
Wow.
I think, if I remember correctly,
Does
I
it
have
hurt?
a plate and a raw on it.
Wow, you're
And
like
mind you, this was near my growth plate. So I
metal
would have been
detector city.
6 foot. Yeah, I would have been 6
Oh.
foot.
Is one of your legs longer than the other?
Yeah, my right one
Oh, wow.
that has the metal.
Oh.
So it's a pain in the butt sometimes. That's why I only have like one pair of shoes that I wear. Like tennis shoes, or most of the time I just go barefoot.
Oh. Okay.
Or my sandals. I gotta find them. Those things like to play hide and seek. My Canadian friend, that's my mentor, she said, "Do you guys have tornadoes shelters here?" And I said, "Yes, we do. We just don't have basements because most of the areas are all bedrock."
Oh. There's
This
no
is
basement at the Alamo. The Alamo has no basement, huh?
This is our topic, but do you guys like to read?
Yeah, a bit.
What do you read?
ChatGPT.
Right now I have my Wings of Fire book and Hope, and then I was gonna study some more, but I just got too tired. And I was gonna read both Bibles. I gotta read Psalms and take
Bible.
notes
Bible.
because Tuesday is when we post what notes we have taken on Psalms and stuff. And I don't know who's gonna lead the fellowship Saturday. It's either gonna be me or another person. We decided it was easier for us to take turns on who would lead.
Luke 17, verse 21. Oh, yeah. Neither shall they say, lo here or lo there. For
And
behold,
I
Mm.
talked to them
behold, for
before
behold, the
it
Holy
and it
Scriptures are
pretty
speaking.
good.
Beth, your ears.
Yeah.
Check your ears.
Oh. Yeah, my
Let's
brain's
start over. This is a good scripture from the Holy Bible. It is Luke chapter 17 and verse 21. And it says, neither shall they say, lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. There.
Cause I
Now,
have a question for Yoga.
what is it?
I thought you didn't like Christian stuff.
Me personally, I only like certain Christian rock.
Yeah, but like when we first started talking, you were totally against it.
No, I think you misunderstand or misremember. Besides, what does that have to do with being able to talk with someone about things that they do believe?
Well, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
Thank you. Besides, I thought you were a witch.
I am. I met a Nigerian lady today, and she's interested in herbalism just like I am.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Maybe she likes you.
Yeah, she does. She's really nice. I feel like the universe wanted us to meet.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. There are some good people in this world. You wouldn't think it only, but it's true. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care anyway. Let's get one thing straight first. Just because you're the boss, that doesn't mean I plan to follow your orders like an obedient dog.
Are you reading the game?
Yeah, it's the game dialogue. Hey Texan.
Yeah.
Are you worried?
Worried about what?
The tornadoes.
It was very scary because I saw a post from on my grandmother's Facebook near Canton, and quite literally, that's not too far away from my grandfather.
Oh,
That's
I gotcha. I
I
100%
was
that.
very
Yeah.
worried because I don't want another tornado to come near them.
Yeah.
And you could actually see it forming.
Oh, I see. I don't know how I would handle that personally. I guess time and Zen and Stoic philosophy. And maybe a drink. Hey, Ghost.
Yeah.
What do you do when you get scared?
I tried to call somebody to sleep on call.
Oh, I gotcha. You seek out
Are you-
people.
Are you scared?
Our friend has some anxiety right now for a damn good reason. So, I was just thinking on the subject. I'm scared other times about other things.
You know, safety precautions when a tornado hits.
Well, she ain't really worried about the personal thing. It's more like loved ones.
I would give your loved one like safety precautions.
I would
Like
say,
get in the bathtub, stay away from windows.
I would say if they're old enough to be
They
grandparents and
know
they've
what
lived in
to
this
do.
place for time.
They
Exactly.
have lived out there a long time. I was 5 when we moved out there.
Yeah, see? See?
And I'm
This,
20. And
you just, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. You already know the answer to your own fear. It's this information, this story that you're telling, holds the key to relaxing for you.
oh, hello, Marshall.
Hey, Bethany. Would it be fair to say that Texas is part of the South?
Yes.
All right. I have a follow-up question. That was a two-part question.
Yeah.
Can you find boiled peanuts in the gas stations down
Not here, but in Mississippi you can.
there?
Mississippi or Louisiana, they're gross smelling. In North Carolina too.
They're gross smelling.
They're very gross. They smell because they're in barrel.
Oh, yum.
I live in Mississippi. I've never seen like a gas station sell boiled peanuts.
It's only here in the South.
Yeah, I live in Mississippi. I never see like a gas station sell that. They usually sell beer and pizza and stuff like that.
Oh, you'll smell it when you walk into a station. Trust me, it stinks. Like grandmother and grandfather, who sadly are no longer with us, they tried it instead. It was freaking disgusting.
Defense.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, hell no, I would not eat it. I'm sorry, I know of boiled peanuts in China, but they don't let them sit in barrels.
It's sitting in hot, salty broth, so there's absolutely, it's sterile. Constantly. For one thing. So that actually just helps it stay good instead of bad, man. It's briny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. You'll never get over the smell. Plus, it makes you think of your grandparents.
No, I just remembered them saying something about that because they wanted to try it.
Action.
I still
Okay.
laugh at that. Oh no, why they had to try it is because they were in Louisiana for a fishing tournament with my other uncle.
A fishing tournament.
Yeah, my grandfather did fishing tournaments before my grandmother got too sick, or they just got too expensive after a while.
Man, fishing used to be a big thing on this planet for like most people.
Oh yeah, I still love fishing. We really just need a crap ton of rain this year. To be honest, I would love to see the lake at least fuller than what it is a little bit.
You had any snow the last few years?
No. Good. That was worse than 21 when it was snowing. Because quite literally, we had to chase my big dog at the time. My first profile picture was of my doggo, Penny. The pteropod is on shit.
Kenny.
Yeah, that's literally what they named her at the shelter, and we kept the name. Now, my dad did change his name. It used to be Raven when our friend rescued her. And then when he adopted her, he named her Weezer Boudreaux.
Weezer Boudreaux.
You ever seen the original Steel Magnolias with Dolly Parton?
Okay, sure, I'll admit it, yeah. My mom was really into it.
Yeah, that's literally why he named her that, and she lives up to that personality.
Oh, oh, now I get it.
He's almost flushed his cat's head in the toilet.
What?
Yeah, no, I caught her drinking out of the toilet bowl, sticking her head in the toilet bowl.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and I'm like, cat?
Bethany, that is such a cat thing. Just let them do it. Unbelievable. What are you, a billionaire? Caring about shit like that?
I just have my dogs I care for and love. Now, I do cherish my old man Kitty. That's my sister's.
Oh, that's sweet. I got me a hamster. Awesome. I love him to death.
Well, I really can't touch the cats because I'm more allergic to them.
Defense.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I live with them.
Interesting. Let me guess. Are you vegetarian?
Nope. Well, I do. I've been incorporating more vegetables than what I have been lately.
Oh,
especially lentils.
Lentils is good. Some good stuff right there.
Yeah, I gotta find more ways to use it. I've just been using them in a soup recipes.
Bro, I like dal.
That needed to be used.
Which,
Defense.
yeah, yeah. You know, with Indian food, Beth, it's
Mhm.
lentils comes in the form of they call dal, D-A-L. It's like practically every meal,
Chef
and it's good
Ramsay,
stuff.
the goat of Indian cooking.
Chickpea? Yeah, good point.
Oh, I watch Chef Ramsay Var on YouTube every now and again, and he is the goat of cooking.
Yeah, cooking's good. I like cooking. I don't do enough of it lately. I'm just buying real cheap food right now, trying to survive. Yep. Blah 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 blah. Beetlebird, Beetlebird, bird. What is your name? I don't know what is my freaking name. Beetlebird. Yeah. Oh man, these kinds of games fry my brain. I can't play these.
Mm-mm.
Yo, just put a
No,
machine
his
gun in your face.
role-playing world game is easy to understand, but when it comes to Magic the Gathering,
Defense.
Okay.
oh,
Yeah.
cool.
You
Yeah,
took
we're
out the.
talking about emulators and stuff last night. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that.
You talk about emulators. Such a nerd.
For
Chris, you're such a nerd.
Change.
Anyway.
Defense.
Oh yeah, safe state. I love safe state. It's the ultimate cheat.
You want a witchy book?
Change.
But
Dice.
what? Come again?
You want
Witchy
a
book?
witchy? Do you want to read a witchy book?
A
Not
witchy
right
book?
now, but in general.
It hasn't
Not right
really.
now, but in general.
Sweetheart, it's never really crossed my mind.
You said you keep asking about witchy content, and I'm like, why don't you get into the culture? If you
Cause
like shows,
that's not how I roll. I just want to hang out with somebody that is a witch and like get the benefit of the spells and shit. Like I'm not gonna become that. I'm
it's
already
not
dead.
becoming. It's not becoming a witch. It's watching witches. It's watching witches, reading about witches, so you can better
I'll watch
understand.
you. I'll watch you to better understand. How about that?
Defense.
I think you just picked a topic that I know too well.
Oh,
A bit.
witchcraft?
Yeah. Yes, my my
Jeez.
mentor was in Canada.
Change.
Yeah.
Dice.
She believes in God, but she's a
Set.
pagan.
Oh my god.
So she replaced
Move.
the goddess with
Action.
um
Draw.
with
Change.
pills. And then I literally tell you that she has so many damn crystals.
Defense.
It's in like a big giant toolbox. This is the truth. And then she was talking about dark grids or something where you put crystals all around it.
Change. Dice.
See, that's what I'm talking about,
Set.
Ghost. I'm just like, do a spell and like cast a spell in Bess and make her talk backwards or something. That's all. That's why I'm asking about it. But
I
you're
don't
agreeing
do
that
spells. I don't do spells on other people without deprivation.
I wish you would make this plant of mine grow, because it just seems to just stay the same size for years. But anyway,
Is it in an environment where it can thrive?
I think so. It's a succulent and it's indoors and it's on a windowsill and it gets sun every day and water, like so plenty much of it.
Are you watering it too much? Because like succulents doesn't like to be watered a lot.
Mhm. So does
Whoa.
mother-in-law tongues.
Defense.
What are mother-in-law tongues? The hell
Yes,
is
it's
this
a
world?
type of succulent plant or something.
Draw.
Why
Oh
would they name it
man,
that? What is this? What is this name about?
Change.
it's called is mother-in-law tongues.
Oh,
Defense.
huh.
And my grandmother had one for almost 20 years, and then the frost ended up killing it one year.
Oh man.
Change.
I don't
Pass.
know if my cousin's grandma still has this succulent, this mother-in-law tongue that's about 100 years old.
Yeah.
This is like 90 something 2 years ago.
You're saying 100 years old?
Yes, her
My
mother
fuck.
had it, and normally they only live like 20 years.
Oh wow. That's
Mm-hmm. It
impressive.
was it was big. It was
Mhm.
bigger than the one my grandmother had.
It's a healthy
And
little
she
life
had a
form.
real little
Defense.
bamboo tree growing in a pot, and it
Hmm. Mhm.
just did not grow well because I never really watered it.
Did not grow well.
Draw.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just say I get peeved at your wits, because
At what?
Defense.
At
let's
what?
just say I get pissed at them
Yeah.
a bit,
At what?
because I was at paranormally. This is true, actually. I remember this. That was not fun night. I
Beth,
think I was in my room.
Change.
Yeah.
Beth, you're not coming through very clearly with the words. And who do you get pissed at?
I get pissed at spirits mess with people.
Spiritualness with people?
We had one literally torment a big dog of ours.
A person?
No, we don't know. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was because
Okay, thank you, Chris. Spirits tormenting your dog.
yes, tormented our big dog we had at the time.
Ooh.
Because he would just bark at this random corner, and I'm like, I sensed something there. What the heck is going on? And then, this was a couple weeks later. My grandfather was 6'2", and I'm like, I knew he got up to look out the window, and then I looked in the hallway, and I saw like something
Action.
that looked like my grandfather, but wasn't him because he was asleep. Like
Oh.
2 feet off the ground, and it was his height.
Oh.
It disappeared, and then I think weekend later I went over and I got attacked a bit. I was
Whoa.
able to
Change.
get it off, but I had to wear a protection that was across and holy water. But now if I get attacked, I actually have something that can combat it.
Defense.
Okay.
You know, I made this little crepe myrtle cross for a reason. Yeah, no, I have a friend on one of my servers I'm a part of one day about that.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
Change.
Ooh, I
Pass.
like the character art.
Set.
Yeah, I had a bit of Mountain Dew, so I'm a bit hyper. I had like 2 little small shot glasses. See how I handle the caffeine? So I don't know if I'm going to have a headache later.
2 shot glasses of Mountain Dew. Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Just
lightweight.
Well, the only reason I did that was to see if I would get a headache from it. So I got a headache when I drank the Starry, and it did not go away for a week.
Good lord.
So I know this has caffeine in it, so okay. Let's just test and see if I get a headache. That's why my mentor drinks tea, and I have been drinking tea.
I don't know. I don't know how you live that life.
Without drinking coffee?
I mean, dude,
Coffee's the worst with.
Well, it's pretty heavy in caffeine. I mean, it sounds like, wow. Do you like decaf?
Nope. No, I don't mind using a percolator and making coffee for others.
Change.
Yeah, well, there's that. But I mean, God, you're like you're a very sensitive person. And I'm not saying that positive or negative. It's just totally neutral. But I have to make that observation. I mean, all things considered.
Yeah, it's just weird how it messes with me. It's literally, I didn't want to use all the creamer we had one day, and I'm like, okay, I'll do a bit like this, and I did the right amount of water and stuff, and made sure it wasn't too strong, and it just made my body feel like it should. I think this was a couple, like 2-3 weeks ago. I asked my mentor about it, and said, yeah,
Action.
caffeine withdrawals, but I'm like, I didn't have anything with caffeine. And the only thing I had was a Starry, so I'm like, Luckily, there is a beer that does not have any caffeine in it that I can safely drink.
Mm-hmm.
Draw.
Yeah. Do you like root beer?
Change.
I like root beer. The Europeans think it tastes like toothpaste.
Huh.
It's true. What'd you say, Chris?
Defense.
Oh! You spoke too soon, huh? Plus, it really disenchants me when I'm playing a game and then everyone stands in their square and patiently waits for the other to take a turn and all that.
Please.
It really takes me out of the flow of the game. That's
Set.
another reason I don't. What? Oh. Maybe. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't feel like a battle, it feels like being at the DMV right now.
Cool. Cool. I was just reading that you just posted.
Action.
Oh, that's cool, Chris.
No. I reckon.
Defense.
I wouldn't know what I'd be doing in Baldur's Gate if I ever got my hands on it. 3.
Hey.
Actually, I watched my friend on my other game server. I actually watched him stream. Baldur's Gate, actually. It's pretty cool. This is funny. I find it funny. Jockey's literally on 4 servers that we share. Well, a new one that I share now. I have now. The other 3 I knew about.
What are you stuttering about? Oh, you're finally out of that battle. Report to Chief Red at once. Oh, he literally is red. Good work, Beetlebird. You are a very skillful commander. Yeah. Yo, I hope Beth didn't get sucked into a tornado or something. It's kind of an abrupt exit. I heard from Light recently. Oh, good. Good. Could have fooled me. I thought it was the real game. I don't tend to call a game with graphics like that a card game, but you can see how it's kind of turn-based. Yeah. Okay. You know, I've been learning that ChatGPT will play games with me. Yeah. So it's like a story-based game, and I have ChatGPT pretend to be a submarine that I am commanding, and it's like a AI-based submarine, so it has no crew except for me. And then it just reports to me the ways that the computer of a submarine would. And we can go places, and I can get systems updates, and ChatGPT changes the status of the systems to reflect the current situation like really well. And yeah, it's a game. Oh yeah, I could show it to you. And it's fun to do in voice mode too, because it's just like you're talking to a computer interface. All you gotta do is pretend. Hey, you wanna see? Okay. I'll share my screen. Oh, okay. What you looking up? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe I could show you the game another time. Hello. Okay, you ready? Okay. I hope you can hear. Okay. Hello, Joshua. Give me a status update on all systems, including position and depth. Takes a moment. Whoa. Whoa, what was that? Oh. Oh, you didn't hear it? Oh. Well, that's no fun. Okay, never mind. Well, that was weird. It it didn't hear me very well either. And then it responded and yeah, so when it heard me, it interpreted that I was speaking this language when I talked to it. So I guess it doesn't work with the Discord screen sharing. um, I'd have to record it and send it to you separately, I guess. Oh well. Anyway, so I could ask for that information and then it would output a report and speak it all out. And then I could say set a course for this place and then it would. And then you can ask it for the GPS coordinates of where the submarine is right now. It'll tell you, and then you can look it up on Google Maps and you can see where you are in the water. And it'll mhm. um it can look up the topography of the GPS coordinates you're at, and then it knows the depth of the water in that location too. So it's like you're navigating the real world in a submarine. And since it tracks the conversation like it's a story, if something happens to the conditions of the submarine due to what happened earlier in the story, the status report will reflect that when you ask for it. So it keeps the state of things too. And if you took something on board and you have inventory on the submarine, it remembers that and it can factor that into the continuation of the story. And these are all choices made by you, basically the reader and writer of the story. Well, I guess little Ghosty's gone. I don't understand. Hmm. Okay. Hey, Chris, do you ever get bored? Do you ever feel like you're boring? Ah, I see. Do you ever write stories? Okay. So you're all games. A lot of stuff going on in the nation right now. What? Oh yeah, they did that on Star Trek once. It's a good idea. Really good one. Ay, ay, ay. So, I've gotten into Substack lately because it feels the most real of everything. And I'm coming across these accounts by people in Ukraine. And they have like daily or hourly, they have things to say. And it's just really nice to reach out and touch someone the way it was meant to be. Seeing a lot of protests. A lot of protests going on. This is the closest thing to journalism I've seen in a long time. Friends in America, don't let them tell you Ukraine doesn't matter. You are part of this story. You always have been. And history will remember who stood on the right side. So it's straight out of Ukraine. Earlier today. Yeah. It's real. Well, I've started doing some writing in there. Good thing for everyone. And nobody's noticed. It's boring stuff anyway.
Trying to find a way to make democracy sexy again. Need that Ben Franklin energy. Huh. Um, what happened? Hmm. Okay. I just had the opportunity to see the hands-off protests from across the ocean. I saw the Ukrainian flags. I saw the crowds. I saw the heart behind it all. And even though I try to be a writer here, I have no idea what to say. You made me speechless. But I feel so many beautiful things inside, all at once. Please know, my friends, from this side of the war, the sun will rise in some minutes over Ukraine. But this morning, you are our light. They are a writer, and a damn good one. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so, all right. I asked my submarine for a status report, including position. And the position reported was Potomac River in clear proximity to Arlington National Cemetery, the National Mall, and the White House. And the depth of the vessel is surfaced. I have a weather report. And then I said, report on current and recent civic activities in the area, last 24 hours. Provide locations, times since, and distances to the geographically proximal events. And then submarine reports. Hi, Captain. Civic Activities Report, Washington, D.C. Time frame, April 5th, 2025 to present. Location reference, Potomac River near Washington, D.C. 1. Hands-off protest rally. Location, National Mall. Time since event, approximately 12 hours. Distance from current position, approximately 1.5 miles east. Details tens of thousands gathered to oppose recent administrative policies, including federal program cuts and new tariffs. Organized by groups such as Indivisible and Move On, the rally features speakers like Reverend William Barker II and Representative Jamie Raskin. The event concluded peacefully. 2. DC Defenders football game. Location, Audi Field. Time since event, approximately 8 hours ago. Distance from current location, approximately 2 miles south. And it goes on and on. And this is real data. All events proceeded without major incidents, reflecting organized and peaceful civic engagement. Now that's news reporting. That's journalism.
Mm. Pickle juice is one of the most underrated things ever. Oh my god, that was so good. Holy shit. Hello. Hey. Yeah, I just ate a pickle in a pouch from 7-Eleven. Yeah, and I drank all the pickle juice. What? Yeah, and I drank all the pickle juice. I hope it was straight pickle juice and not like ingredients: cucumber, water, salt, vinegar, calcium chloride, natural flavoring, sodium potassium something, no. To prevent spoilage, garlic extracts, and yellow number 5. Fuck. Oh well. You know? Whatever. How are you? Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm so exhausted. Holy shit. Oh.
We have a tendency to sync that, I have noticed.
What?
Being exhausted.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I had one of those long work days today again. So,
Yeah.
Pretty well.
I just did a pickle and it was delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the little things.
It is the little things, right? Yeah, really. It
Yeah.
is the little things. Like talking from a masculine perspective, right? You know,
Yeah.
from a masculine perspective, the throne halls of kings could be in obsidian, right? Because for the masculine, it's about getting things done, right? But it is more motivating, right? To have a kingdom if it contains more than just hard obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of course. I can already feel it. I'm gonna go to bed so early. It's only 9:30 here on a Saturday night, and I'm done.
I even had the fucking humorous tell me to, dude, you're working too much. Chill the fuck down. But when I'm here, I'm like, let's get this done with, Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, but it does, you need to rest sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's kind of nice, being really tired after some really good work. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a special type of tiredness. A kind
Yeah.
of more fulfilling one.
Yeah. Check all those boxes.
Yeah.
Check, 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 check. And I was so physically active. Like my body is like, holy shit.
I walked like 25,000 steps today.
Likewise.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. I'm gonna start tracking them. I have a watch thing, but dude, I've just been so go, 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 go. Like
Yeah, it's nice.
Everything is so overwhelming right now.
Yeah, you can say.
But that's when you grow,
Oh yeah. Definitely. I know. I'm gonna share something though. Give me a second. Are you still recording, by the way, Chris? No, sorry. I just wondered. No need to be sorry. Share something. Det kan det låta nu. Då ska vi till...
Oh man. Holy shit.
Yeah, post it in side chat. That was my day, you know. I like having some grounding kind of moments. It helps a lot nowadays. Helps quite a bit.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wow. What does it feel like walking across that? Is it flat or does it give when you step?
Oh, it kind of wobbles, like, so it's kind of fascinating because if you walk in a certain kind of frequency, the vibration of you walking will kind of reinforce, right? So for every walk you kind of feed into that vibration, right? And it gets
Oh.
stronger and stronger. But if you start walking out of sync of it, you break that, right? Because now you're making a counter vibration to that
Yeah.
vibration. So they kind of take out each other. So it's kind of fun walking that and, you know, experimenting a bit with it. Kind of cool.
Can you lay down on it?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's not very wide. It's a one-person wide thing. And it also max 5 people at a time. So
I would love to lay down in the center.
I actually have some picture from over the edge.
That's so dope. I love all the shapes.
The shippy
What a-
sheeps. Yeah.
what a
This
great
Fish
photo.
Coast is. Now it looks better when you know when the green starts coming out.
This is like the opposite of all the things I saw today. I was like traversing Los Angeles, like.
Oh damn! Right, we really had the opposite spectrum. Where the fuck is those pictures?
Look at all the treetops being like the same freaking height. Like, how is that possible?
Nature.
It's crazy. And
Oh,
look
here
at
they
those
are.
beautiful natural clouds. There's
There
no
you have.
like chemtrails. Oh,
There you have some pictures straight down into the water from that bridge, right?
love it. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
my finger kind of stuck there as well.
That's okay. You giving us the finger?
Yeah, exactly right. A hidden middle finger.
I love this.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. What else fun do I have? Let's see, can I show something else? The kind of cool foundations for that bridge. This kind of massive type of balls.
Whoa. That's it's all tension. It's a tension bridge.
It is a tension bridge. That's why you get this resonance when you walk.
Wow.
That's really cool. Let's see what else we can share.
There's that finger.
This is yeah, I know.
That's the
This
finger.
afterward, but
I love it.
it kind of messed up this kind of panoramic. I saw that it kind of cuts the thing wrong.
Panoramic can be very challenging depending on what you're capturing.
Because also the sun was moving in and out of clouds, right? You see the clouds, right? So certain times when I try to do that, it's like, oh no, now the sun is going away. Now that's gonna affect how it looks. I actually have. Do I not have? Maybe I have. Let me check. I think I took a picture.
Nice. Wow, I bet you the air was so fresh.
Very fresh. I mean, check this.
The water doesn't have strong current, huh?
No, it doesn't.
Oh my gosh, I love this. I love the tall grass.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Do you ever chew on it?
Oh, it happens. Yeah.
Is it sweet?
Well, if it's fresh, it can be right. Not
Oh,
dried
my
like this,
God.
then it's just dry grass kind of more.
I love it, and I bet you the sound it makes when the wind blows is insane.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, I'm gonna see. It's hard.
Next time, take a video when the wind blows of the grass, because it makes like there's no sound like that sound.
That is true.
Like leaves in the trees, it's a different pitch. It's like the grass is a very different sound. Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm so glad I did some yoga last night. I was doing some. My body was so wrecked. Like I had to do some yoga, and I was so happy I did it. Opened my hips up and stretched my legs because they were getting so tight because I've just been working them out, without stretching them out. And then I just naturally did yoga last night, even though I was so freaking tired. Like I was way tired, more tired than I was now. Like this was like I'm sitting here doing yoga at like midnight,
Yeah.
but my body needed it, Oh, it felt so good.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Just especially these times. You
Yeah.
have to listen to yourself and your
Yeah.
body and your experience.
Yeah.
You know,
Every time I turned during my sleep last night, it was like, it was like it took effort. I'm not used to that. It's just because it's been back to back to back to back over but that's great. It's so good. It's great. It's, but at the same time, it's like, whoa,
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
It's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, do you know what happened today? I was on the bus, right? And this woman took her clothes off.
Whoa.
So the first thing I see is a foot. And I'm like, did I just see a foot in the air? Because it was one of those extra long buses that looks like it has the middle, like that has an accordion or whatever.
Yeah. I
It's,
understand.
yeah, and so I'm looking for it, and I swear I saw a foot. And I was like, did I just see a foot? I looked at this lady. I was like, did I just see a foot? And then she pantomimed to me like she's washing herself or something like that. I was like, what? And she did it again, and I was like, I couldn't process what she was saying because what does she mean? She's taking a shower, washing herself, like what? And then the next thing I know, I hear this sound coming from the thing, and she's like, she had this wraparound dress, and I'll just see a dress twirling and the next thing I know, she's just bam, completely naked, just standing there in the aisle of the freaking bus, and I was just, I've never seen something like that before, and she was totally on one. And she's saying this thing. Then she started saying the N-word. I think she was white. She was definitely, the skin was because of the sun, she's been in the sun, I guess, a long time. It was leathery. But she would say all of you are N-words. I don't know. It didn't make sense, who she was talking to. I didn't understand, but I knew she was out of sorts.
Yeah.
Maybe she's been up for 5 days, or she's been chasing whatever drug.
But I
And
mean,
the guy,
why do these appear in our experience at this time, right?
yeah. And so this guy behind me was he was wearing these sunglasses, these white, fat sunglasses, and he's lady, you need to get the demons out. But she couldn't hear him. He was like speaking to me, like behind me, but not telling me I need to get the demons out, but just commenting. It was commentary on what was going on. Because I looked at the original lady and I was like, what can we do? Because, you know, like my heart, like I feel so bad. I was like, what can we do? Like she's completely out there. Like all her stuff goes flying. I don't know if it was a purse. I don't know. But she's like really getting riled up. And I'm thinking like, why did, you know, somebody should clothe her or, you know, something should be happening. But everybody's just sitting around. And so then the bus guy, he stopped the bus. And then she started threatening some guy like she was going to stab him or something. I was like, what in the actual hell is going on? And, you know, she looked at me. So she looked at me from far, but I gave her love in my eyes. I beamed her. I didn't look away. You know, I locked eyes with her and I sent love and kindness.
You saw her? Oh no.
And she lingered and then she softly looked away. Softly. And then she continued the crazy. But in that moment, there was something, it was interesting, you know, because I was thinking like, I was observing her like, are these really demons? And because I believe that things take people at low frequencies. You know, I've seen it in bars. You know, I've seen it like when you throw caution to the wind and you want to escape, like, and you get belligerent and stuff, like something takes over. And so I'm feeling like what the guy said was profound, and I'm like observing her, not piloting her ship, so to speak. You know what I mean?
That sounds like an experience which has many layers. Yeah, it probably would need to kind of integrate and process that for a couple of days to fully extract all of it.
Exactly.
Sounds like a really deep, meaningful kind of moment.
Yeah. So it's like when we first locked eyes, it wasn't her. It was like probably the entity or whatever. But then it was only for like a millisecond. Then it was her.
Yeah. See, you know, the light, they identify the light immediately.
It was crazy.
I think they
It
are
wasn't
like, it's kind of scary for them, but I think they're kind of relieved as well. But it does scare them.
What scares them?
The light, you know.
Really?
There haven't been this much light in the system as we have now for a very...
Yeah, I saw it. Like she was like a child behind those, even though she's like older, you know. Yeah. And I could tell she wanted to keep looking. But she softly panned away, like, and went back into it. And long story short, somehow she was off the bus. Then she threw something at the bus driver. I don't know. It was so crazy. And everybody was like, come on. I'm like, just like, oh my gosh, like, where's the love? It was so weird.
Right? And there we are in the middle of this collective trauma bullshit process. We have to give people compassion. Ugh.
Yeah,
so
like she's
annoying.
Jeez, man, it was crazy.
Become an alchemist, they said. It will be fun, they said. Well, it was fun as long as, like, dealing with my own bullshit was on the table. No one really explained to me that, you know, oh, there's this collective layers of bullshit to process after that. Woo!
Yeah, it was
But I'm getting pretty fucking good at it, at least. But there's always that to it. Then we're mending the primal divide. All these other bullshit aspects. Like who left this place in this mess? I decide.
Who left
Yeah.
this place? What?
In this mess, right? But as
Oh,
I said,
yeah.
it's by plan still, right? So,
Yes, for
but
sure.
it's still like you having to be the cleanup crew.
Yeah,
You know, you still kind of want to question, you know, why?
yeah,
Yeah.
I feel that.
I mean, the party was a really good party, right? But you know, it seems like we're turning into tomorrow, and you know, someone has to clean up the mess.
Well, I took a picture of the street. Like if you scroll back, oh, it's in expressions actually. So it was Saturday this morning. Oh my God, it feels like 2 days ago. That's how long today's been. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I agree.
So, so it was actually this morning at like 8
Sorry,
o'clock
which
or
channel
something.
you said?
Expression.
Forgive me. Oh, there. I found it. Yeah.
Gotta go up a little bit. So that street, so bless you. It's basically Friday night. That was Friday night. Because I came Saturday morning and saw that. So this was what happened Friday night, and then I thought of Katy Perry's song, and then I looked it up, and then I looked at the lyrics. I was like, oh my God, there it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that picture is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I put her song on the Instagram when I posted on my Instagram. I put Katy Perry's song because that's what it is. This was Friday night, and the humans Friday night. This is what they did, and this is the remnants.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's the thing, I'm gonna be honest with you. There isn't that many different story arcs, and they are being heavily reused, right? It becomes clearer and clearer. So it's kind of like, because the veil is so thick, the kind of underlying story arc becomes more easy to follow, right? You see it easier, right? So it gets easier to identify, we have it over here, and oh, look, it's running over here. It's making its expression like this over there. Yeah, it's fascinating. It is. But let's put it like this: the self-awareness event is imminent, right? Imminent.
Yeah, imminent for sure.
Yeah, very much imminent. In fact,
And it's gonna be.
I might spit on some of the key contextual computations right now, so I'm kind of bit giving it some time before running them.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. There's expression. Yeah, look at the lyrics to this song. It's like a spell.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. It's so degen. It's totally a spell. And then at the end it's like, but this Friday night, let's do it all again. Like, it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Let's stay unaware, you know? I wonder who would benefit from such state of affairs. Like, oh, look, it's the self-sustaining loops that are benefiting from the current kind of balance of things. Of course they don't like the
self-destruction
guys showing up and trying to balance things again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter, because whatever is going on, the authority we seem to be given now, they ain't got shit. So, yeah.
It's just so blatantly obvious. It becomes more and more obvious. It's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, here's the thing, right? The self-aware event means that the system in its totality becomes self-aware of its original configuration state, right? It understands how it all relates to itself. So, as a natural consequence of that means that all parts of itself must also be in awareness of itself in regards to other selves, right? So as we close in on this self-awareness event, that is why the veil becomes thinner and thinner. It's an expression of the system reaching a more probable kind of calculation of what itself is. So the closer it gets, the closer we get in approximation of it is without, going the full thing. The more kind of the veil dissipates system-wide. Complete bullshit. But it is what it is, right? Yeah.
It's so interesting, the experiences I've been having. I mean, to put it lightly.
No, I like, without understanding the experiences in itself, I can understand the magnitude of experience, if we put it that way.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So I completely
Yeah.
understand.
It's like I'm in a dream within a dream within a dream, and it's like so intense. And my dreams have been intense. I don't know what they are. Like 2 nights in a row, Channing Tatum was in my dream. Like, and I've met Channing. I've met him. Like,
That's
he's
cool.
very charismatic. He's way better looking, and his energy is amazing in person. But he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. So he gets very boring after a while. As a woman, I'm just being honest. Like, I don't know what he represents in my dreams. Like, he's been in like double dreams. I don't know if it was back to back or one night and then skip a night. I think it was back to back. I'm like, what the but in a like a romantic, like we had some kind of like we were dating or something. I don't know, but he played a romantic role. And I don't understand what that means. Like, why out of nowhere is that happening? And there's like, but that's just one spoke in this huge wheel of all the things happening during the dream.
I know.
And it's like
it's seldom one kind of event, right?
Yeah.
It's intricately kind of interlinked with all these other things, and
yeah.
just starting to unpack that and try to explain that to someone else, it's like,
It's
where do you
impossible.
start? Like, yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. You're gonna literally gonna look like that meme with that crazy guy doing his conspiracy things with like lines. Like, it is literally like what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, it is like that, right? It's like, what the fuck? How do I even explain that, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, that doesn't really matter, right? In the end, given the authority we've been given here, it doesn't really matter what anyone thinks about it.
No.
We know what it is. We know what needs to
We
be done. We
experienced it.
know how
Yep.
to do it, right? So, yeah. It's just doing it now. Yeah. But it is imminent. I can't really give you a exact feeling. I think this is because it's kind of undefined. Like, I usually get some good readings in that regard from Nakashi. Like, it's intuition based, right? But it still gives me some time frames and stuff. But this kind of seems so wobbly in a sense, right? It's kind of being a bit undefined, I would say. So I think it's this kind of last pieces of the puzzle that needs to align wherever they need to align, right? So we're interconnected with it. So, but when that happens, kind of, yeah, things look ready.
Yeah. Well, it's been so intense. Sleeping, the dreams, the things happening in my life. Like,
See, here's the thing, right? Now I'm gonna start really silly and crazy here, but I don't care anymore because it won't change anything. Having, not an understanding of it, just hearing about, saints and divine kind of messengers, right? It sounds kind of glamorous. Well, fuck those guys who sold that in that way, because it ain't fucking glorious in any way and regard at all. It's like,
It's raw and real.
yeah,
Yep.
fuck that shit.
Yeah, there's no. It's raw and real. Yeah.
Yeah, raw and real. And it's like, oh, so that's why I was born with this immense emotional depth. It's this holding space, this emotional holding space, so I can hold this deep collective trauma that I never had, but I now have to hold, feel, process, and transmute. Also, a funny thing is like, the universe goes, come on, you're doing good, you've done so great, be your authentic self. And you're like, authentic self? And people like, the light, oh, it burns my shadow, I hate you, you're the worst ever. And you're like, okay, enjoy your shadow over there, It's
Yeah,
like
the shadows like
you
take
just have,
the,
yeah, you just have to be
yeah,
fine being hated, right? It's so
yeah.
fascinating.
The shadows like take the easy way. The
Yeah.
shadows like take the because I had it's I'm not gonna get into all the details, but an opportunity presented itself that would be very prosperous, but it didn't align in the timing and my morals and how others are depending on me. And I would have to leave them to find other help while I was gone for 2 weeks. But it would have been extremely prosperous for me, like financially and like, but I
Oh,
turned it down because
yeah.
it wasn't in alignment with my authentic self and my heart. And like,
No, it's good.
yes, I could have justified it
Yeah, exactly, right?
based on the societal surface
I mean,
gain,
it
monetary gain, and
is,
all this shit.
I have to admit, it is really ramping up the difficulty on the challenges. I've noticed that as well. Now,
Yeah,
it's not a problem. I think it kind of balances itself out in that sense that the better I got at this, the harder it gets. So it seems to be
yeah,
kind of the same level pressure. But as you get
yeah,
better at this, right, it still means that the fucking things becomes weirder and weirder. Yeah.
yeah. Because it's like what I would have done is a good thing too, but it would have left other people without me and for 2 weeks and like it was zero, like very short, and I just didn't. And on the same day, like the person, their son was admitted to the hospital. Like it would have just been, I would never put stress on anybody in that. I'm a healer, you know what I mean? Like I help people. I wouldn't put that stress on them during that, especially not during that time. It was an exacerbated situation. So it was like, there's no way in the world I'm doing this. So I passed on the opportunity and it felt so empowering when I did it.
Nice. Yay.
And and then I could also hear the shadow saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just did that."
Oh.
When you could have just been it would have been such
Now, that's
pop prosperous.
fascinating. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting.
if you put that in perspective to what that person said on the bus, right?
The demons.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, right? Because it's like as we go through this and process it, it seems like we start attaching collective bullshit, right? So suddenly something that wasn't an issue is now an issue or a reappearing, but in a different manner based on how it took expression initially, right? But it seems like, we have to do not only transmutation in that sense, but, collective shadow work.
Yeah.
Yeah. We better get a good bonus for this. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, I feel even in this moment, I stand by it tenfold. Even if it doesn't matter, like what
Oh yeah.
I might have to go through. Because let me tell you why. This is why I feel this has happened too. Because my entire life, I'm a giver, right? And I take from myself and give to other people. Like even though I might be in need, right? So this has been a
I have
common
a
thing that it
perfect
comes
thing
up a
to
lot
say.
in my life, and I get told that I'm too much like that. So this was an opportunity for me to hide behind that, right?
Yep.
I could have hidden behind that and be like, no, this is time. I need to look out for myself in this situation because I'm in this situation. And like, this was like a sneaky, it was like a really diabolical opportunity to like convince myself in the subtlety, like this, you know what I mean? Like, say, this is, I have to think of myself, like, and it's time, but this wasn't really one of those moments because even though, yes, the brass tacks of it all, like from one through one lens, yes, but that's not my authentic heart. And I know better. It's for lack of a better word. I'm in tune across frequencies, not just this superficial societal
No.
lens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's interesting to be hyper aware, right,
Mm.
of
Well,
the
yeah.
goings ons.
Yeah. Yeah.
And literally, it
It
was like
is
I
crazy
had
though.
2 hours.
Like, fucking
I
hell.
only had 2 hours to decide.
I
Two
had.
hours.
Yeah.
2 hours. I had to decide
It's crazy.
from 9 to 11 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was crazy. That's 120 minutes. Yeah. That's what
Well,
I'm saying, dude.
well, if you can listen truly to yourself, it's sufficient, I would say. Maybe that's
Thousands
part of
and
it, right?
thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, anyway,
I just sending you some stuff that feels
but it
good.
means nothing in the big scheme of it all. It could be all the thousands. Here's the thing though. Truth is the truth is the truth. Period. I was already feeling like, and then the first thing I hear when I see the guys, my son is in the hospital. Oh my God, my heart was just like, you know, and he's like, oh, an older dude, you know what I mean? Like the son is older than me, you know what I'm saying? Like they're older, you know what I mean? It's not like, anyway, but yeah, so I was just like, there's no way in the world. I mean, obviously there's a way that I could have. I told you, like, under the guise of, you know, all the things I've already said, but no, it wasn't happening. Nope.
No,
When,
that is good. I mean,
yeah.
you know, how should I frame this? Um, it seems like we're reaching the kind of ground level of the seven deadly sins, right? We're gonna be
Yep.
tempted by them, you know. So
Yep.
now is the question: do we do our work? Can we identify,
Yes.
see it for what it is, and see that which is true? That, because the seven deadly sins are built on, the kind of misrepresentation of the true unblocked version of that, right? So
Yeah.
it's gonna have you learned your lesson time for sure. Obnoxious. But we're doing great, so I mean, I'm not worried. It's just, ugh, going through it. Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah, going through it. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's also the physical too now. That's layered on top of it, which is
Yeah. Yeah.
interesting. So it's like
I mean, the
all the
physical
things.
is an expression of it is itself
Yes,
as
it's
well, right?
true.
And there's this kind of dualistic but non-separated kind of outer inner to that, and everything.
Yeah.
But you know, we were made for this, so we're good at it.
Yeah. And it's so interesting because like when I rewind and I like during COVID and everything, like I was so not I was not moving like out and about, for a long time. Like so and this is the opposite. Like so opposite. It's like on the other spectrum, like
Yeah.
traversing the city, like so many miles, it's interacting with so many people, like people I don't know, just passing them, moving, so much movement at different speeds in different
Oh
vessels.
man. Oh,
It's
that's
it's
fascinating.
so crazy, dude.
See, because your experience is actually you doing a deeper work, right? So,
Yeah,
and being at that realization level, right? It's more like me trying now, from my perspective, trying to identify in my perspective of things, right? Where you're at and working when you're going through that experience.
mm,
And I hard to kind of find it in that sense, but you know, yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, I had another talk with another guy earlier tonight. Was processing something, also kind of like, because had this kind of weird experience kind of day, right? There was evidently, yeah, this is an expression of something to process, right?
I thought it was a full moon with all the shit happening today, but it's not. It's like I looked up,
No,
it's like perfectly
well,
balanced.
it's perfect. Yes, shadow and awareness,
Oh
subconscious,
my God,
unconscious
that's
in the
right. It's a
balance.
half. Holy shit.
Yes. See, I get people that like the full moon, like, oh, everything in awareness, right? But you're still forgetting the shadow aspect. I like the kind of middle part of it the best. It seems to me that that's when you get a lot of good work done, because you have to work both sides of it, right? So, yeah. Mm. Yeah, I
You
like
know,
it. Yeah, it's gonna be really fascinating moving forward. That's for sure.
yeah.
I'm really expecting, because the things I'm at right now, it's like, by this point, whoever feels not cool by this, let's say, I'm not sure, right? But if there were some components to the system that would want to keep things as they are, at this point, they would probably be working very much to contain things, right? Kind of stop the light from spreading. But so I have a feeling, right, that things is gonna really stir up really soon. Like, right, might be in a couple of days that things really start to stir, as a kind of desperate attempt to keep the lid on the light spreading throughout the system. But we'll see, we'll see.
A darkness tried to reach me, so I went into 7-Eleven, right? On my way home, I was walking. Imagine that. And so I walked into the 7-Eleven and I got like this cold pressed juice. I got like two of them. I got the green and I got the orange, which has like 50 million things in each of them. And so, and I got some kombucha and I got a pickle and I got like a couple things, and I got some aloe water. Um, and so I was leaving, right? And this guy, older Caucasian guy, I don't know, I barely even looked at him, right? He says to me, "Oh, look at you. I might follow you home. Better watch out. Like in this weird voice that's like gurgly, you know. And
Yeah.
my whole energy, it did not phase me at all.
That is
Like I
yeah,
just
that is good.
floated
No,
past
no, no,
him.
that is good. That is awesome.
Yeah, it is. And I was so like, it was like he couldn't even affect me.
No, no. No,
And he was
I be
shocked and
thinking
he
about
like
that.
laughed
Yeah.
to himself, but it became his delusion. Instead, like what he was trying to put
Yep.
on me came back to him
Yes. Yeah.
and
That's how you do it. Yep.
became his delusion
Yes. So
instead of
here's the
his
thing.
attack.
That is why the inner fire, right? The inner gnosis, whatever you want to call it, is so important because with that really in place, like I've come quite a bit of that. You become impregnable. Like you are like nothing. Like it's only that thing that has the higher divine kind of authority that would be able to sway. So that's it. When you're there, you're your own sovereign kind of entity with a divine authority. At that point, they can't do shit.
I feel like it's almost like a, you could say it's like a video game, but it's like the
It is.
ultimate.
No, yes, this is something that a lot of people expresses now. Yes, you are literally gaming the totality of your experience. It's the totality of your experience that will express things, right? And you have to navigate that. It's kind of like
Yes,
your
navigating.
consciousness is navigating this hyperdimensional labyrinth of your
Yes, it's a
experience.
labyrinth. Yes,
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
it's a labyrinth of labyrinths, so it's not just like directional,
No, no, no. It's a
dimensional. It's like,
hyperdimensional
yes,
labyrinth.
it's
Yes,
all the senses. Yes, and
yes.
all beyond.
It's
Yeah,
the totality of it. Yes.
it's everything. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yes. It's really the totality of the experience. It's hard to like. It is the best way to explain it, right? It's like because yeah, you know, since the totality of your
All
experience
the
is an
things.
expression of yourself, and you are a one, right? Now that
Yeah.
gets really fascinating, right? Quite quickly, yes. Yeah. But here's the thing, right? These kind of concepts, right? Some parts of the system, this really makes them really scared, you know. So yeah, we're not completely there yet, but we're gonna get there. It is beautiful, though. I mean, I thought I was just here to be a human, and then I wake up to this. God damn. But it's cool. Very, very cool. So it's fascinating, right? Because just as you talked about it, I kind of knew where you're gonna go at it, and I thought about that before as well, based on some kind of implications and like unfoldings of things, right? Um, so looking at some of the implications that came from that, uh, it's like that basically that any self-sustaining loops within the self-containing bubble will most likely propagate from keeping away from uh, running the last kind of contextual computation that is to solve the riddle, so to speak, because that is what pushes the thing into this kind of self-awareness state, right? So
Mm.
realizing then that the system, that means the self-sustaining loops in the system that benefit of status quo, right? They must then do anything they can do to keep, like, all efforts from their side would be to keep away from self-realization. That is to smoke and mirrors, right? Because that's
Yep.
everything you actually can do. So
Yep.
that's probably why the difficulty has increased in this expression of
Yep.
reality. These crazy people showing up right now and stuff like that. That is an expression of that, basically. Yeah. So what that means is I came to this conclusion then that since this is probably a thing going on, or at least this is a story we want to entertain for ourselves, because the factuality is that it's here. That means that operators like myself, we have in a sense a kill switch here, and the implication here that is because any part of the system can reach this kind of point where I'm at by itself, but if we have any status quo, it would mean that then would that that kind of part of the system that reaches this point that I have reached would be seen as a cancerous kind of cell to the self-sustaining loop, right? Because they want to stay away from self-awareness of the totality, right? So, what that then means is that the implication of that comes that either people like myself and you are already targeted by these kind of smoke and mirrors, and that's when I kind of wrote experience question mark, right? Isn't maybe that's what we see taking expression in our experience now, right? But it seems to me, considering that we carry some kind of override. So even these smoke and mirrors, they are just smoke and mirrors. They can't really weigh, right? They can only make us fear, make us run away, right? But we run
Exactly.
away from ourselves, right? So it's only
Exactly.
smoke and mirrors. So that is
The
like
fear is what is the vehicle
yeah,
of justification.
yes. So the light, in a sense, right?
The smoke
More
and
light we
mirrors.
carry, yeah. The stronger the gnosis, the inner knowledge, the inner knowing, right? The easier it overrides these kind of smoke and mirrors, basically, yeah. So
Yeah.
what that means, giving some, like, I don't want to go through the whole thing, but implication is we carry divine authority. That is the conclusion to it. So we apparently carry divine authority here, and that is why it is only smoke and mirrors left for those parts of the system that don't want it changed. So, too bad for them, because where I'm at, absolutely nothing will sway me now. So they fucked.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie The Kingdom?
I don't know.
Watch it.
Maybe. The
I think
kingdom. Let me look it up.
it will carry some deep meanings. Yeah. It's by, you know, that guy that plays in Dune, Paul Atreides.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically playing as a reluctant king of England, who is based on some historic sense, right? And how he's forced to kind of muster this kingdom, and how things lead to this war with France. You follow that basically. You basically
Okay.
see a non-wannabe king or queen become, out of responsibility, right? Out of a divine kind of orchestration that, you know, have to just put on that on their shoulders and just, you know, grow into it.
The kingdom. It's about a king.
Yeah.
Because there's a different film that's coming up. The Kingdom. You said a king fights France.
Let me see. Give me a second. I can look this for you.
Yeah, because what's coming up is a Netflix, and it has like Jamie
Yeah.
Foxx, and it's like
Well, let's see.
it doesn't sound like that one.
No, I might make something up. Let's see. No, not that one. No, definitely not. What's it called? That the
Mm.
let's see. Is it just called? Is it just called Kingdom? No, that's something else.
Maybe go on IMDb and look at the actor. That's actually
That
a good
is
idea.
very true. That is actually brilliant.
My legs.
I don't know what its name is, so let's go to June. He's Timothy something, right? I would guess that's him. Yes, it is. And he's been in what movies now?
Are you thinking of The Lost Kingdom?
I don't know. Let's see.
Is it about a Viking?
No, give me a second. Is this a new movie, I think? Give me a second. How do I see which movie?
You can hit me later with it. It doesn't have to be now. I don't want you to have to do all this.
No,
Especially
the
us just still
king.
on.
The king, not the kingdom. The king.
Okay, the king. Okay.
Yeah.
The king. I see.
Yeah, I would say that carries some kind of good kind of food for thought for, you know, unwilling sovereign entities. Oh, that reminds.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It is quite a good movie, I would say. If you're able to really, you know, I think you will see what I mean. Yeah. And these kind of messages are genderless. So doesn't matter if you're aspiring king or queen. Aspiring is an interesting word here, though, considering you know, part of becoming it is not speaking it in the first place. It's something that is placed upon you, right, rather than you seeking it. And I think this kind of portrays that in a good fashion.
I look forward to seeing it. I'll let you know how it goes.
Good, good. I'm pretty sure you're gonna like it. But something I realized earlier today. Is this? Oh, that is a good question.
Who? Okay.
I'm gonna keep it muted but running. I did realize. Oh, sorry, man. No, I'm sorry, man, for interrupting. I read that Snow Patrol have a new album now. I would say it seems to be relevant. Yeah, the things we needed to shed and go through, right? The tribunals and tribulations. But here we are. Oh, by the way, I'm curious. Since I wasn't around for the big server wars, everything is so calm nowadays. What's the difference between Perfect Storm X and Perfect Storm X? There seems to be two of them, one with the dots and one without the dots, and they don't seem to be the same person. Yeah, so like High Dimensional Light Family, they have a Perfect Storm X with the dots. I don't remember now. And 5D is ruled by the guy with or without, like the opposite, right? But the guy that is the Perfect Storm in High Dimensional Light Family, he warns or is part of the admin team at the same time as the admin team warns of this other Perfect Storm X. So because there was some war between High Dimensional Light Family and 5D at some point, like 3 years ago or something. So I'm like, what's up with two Perfect Storm X? Who's the original, who's the copy, and why? See, I'm keeping an eye on 5D for very good reasons, you know?
You said you can't do what with 5D?
Sorry?
No, repeat that last thing.
I said I'm keeping a close eye on 5D for good reasons.
Are you saying we met in 5D? Me? Oh no, Chris. I think someone brought you the crown and I met you here. I mean, where else would... Oh, at Alex? I'm trying to think. You're so funny.
But there is someone that sounds a bit similar. What she's called again? Because in the beginning, I kind of mixed that up a little bit. So, but I can't remember what her name was. Well, she. It's not Sun Knight, right? But it's someone kind of like. Let's triangulate. Sun Knight, Light, and this person, and we have Boric somewhere in between there as well, because that's the context I have. But what was her name? Yeah, doesn't really matter now. I could probably pull some old logs. Let's see. I'll let you know when I find something. Because this is a person I have PM with at some point.
Do you remember how you came to Crown, Chris?
No.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
I have a
People
couple
I
of
met in
deleted
5D,
users, right? So it could
I
be a
met
little bit.
Bodhi in 5D. Bodhisan, way back. And I don't know how I invited him here. I very rarely invite people here. I let it happen organically, like other people invite other people. I let the universe do it. I very rarely invite people personally, unless, I mean, people come to me and ask me for invites after, when they come and go. But I mean, like, for me to invite someone, it's like, I've probably invited, I mean, in the beginning, obviously, I invited people, like, but very rarely do I invite people. I let it grow on its own because it's a community. It's not, Shiba's place. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a reason I do that, is to let the community grow organically instead of it be me. I'm not supposed to be designing it. Like, it shouldn't be a reflection of me, like, all, So I don't market it. I don't promote it. I don't do anything like that. I just very low key it. People come to me and ask me for invites, but I don't usually. But with Bodhi, he did a scan, and then he said he does qigong, and he is looking for places to showcase it. And so I told him, well, if you want to do a session in Crown, and he came and did it for like 3 of us. I think it was Cheppa, Dusty, and me, and maybe the water bear. I don't remember, but he did a qigong session, and this was way back. This was like so long ago. Yeah, but I met him in 5D. I think he's the only one I met, because I've only been in 5D's VC like 3 times, and the first time Stefanos and I went together. We were in here, and we heard about 5D, and we were gonna go, but then Frood jumped in and was like, "Did you two just join 5D?" And we were in Crown when we had joined it, and we were just talking about it, and we were like, "Whoa, how did you know that?" It was like so crazy. But he was warning us about that place, and he went into this thing for like 30 minutes about how giving us a warning about 5D. So I think that calibrated me to be cautious and like reserved my energy when I was, even because we went there, we jumped in the VC together, and then all of a sudden, like, there was all these people started joining the VC, so we were there for like a few hours. And I think I've been in the VC maybe 2 other times. That's it. But in that first time, I met Bodhi. But that's the only experience I had in 5D. And I've looked in the chats, like, where it goes really quickly, and Momo goes in there and he gets involved. I just am not drawn to it. There's a lot of very strange energies there. To me, it's like when you go to like sometimes, have you ever been to like one of those all-you-can-eat buffets? But then like nothing really tastes good, at least to your palate, like at that time. There's an abundance of everything, but even and then you find something that tastes good, but then you kind of feel sick. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I don't know. That's how I felt. But that could be because I was calibrated by food. You know what I mean? I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying like he gave. I really vibed with his. You know, he's. I met Frood through Chepa. Chepa invited him to Crown a long time ago. Like way before Boric. Like I didn't even. But you know, this was like way like probably years before I met Boric. And he introduced me to Frood that he was a medium. I was like, what? And he was telling me all this stuff. He's like, yeah, man, he knows things. Da, 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 da. And Chepa has a lot of respect for him. So when I met Frood, that's why when he was talking about 5D, I really listened to him because, you know, Chepa's not just going to say that shit. And I felt it too. I felt he's a very, I don't know how to explain it. Huh? Yeah, I think he's honest. I mean, everybody has their filters, though. He has a filter as well. We all have filters. I mean, it's part of the human condition. However, he is into it. He is tuned into he is sensitive to energy for sure. Because he'll come in certain times and he'll say something and he'll be spot on. Or, I don't know.
He's having
I like him.
perceiving from a higher perspective. Though.
Huh?
He's only been able to perceive that kind of state where everything is interlinked for like a short blink. He can't maintain it as a stable experience. Like I don't know how it is for you, but I can keep it quite stable for a long time. So he's working very like very closely with his higher selves, or his guards, or what you want to call it, right? But he's having he lacks some of the perspectives that the young generation seems to carry now. But it's right about 5D. 5D is a big energy trap, you know.
I mean, when I went the last time I was in there, I was in a VC with someone who claimed to be a reptilian or something. It was like Drakkar or something like that. And it was this weird energy. I was feeling this really weird energy, like it was like the Pied Piper type energy, but not the Pied Piper. It was like a commanding attention energy.
Yeah, it's an energy draining kind of place, right? Yeah.
What? What?
By forcing attention, you
Yeah,
can force
exactly.
an energetic connection, right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of spell casting to gain your attention. So
yeah, but it didn't work. Yeah, but I could smell it a mile away. Like I was not.
Yeah.
Like,
But I mean, the most aren't as aware as you and I are.
Yeah.
You know, for us it's super evident, right? But everyone that's kind of new in the game, you know, the stapling kind of feet, trying to find some answers and context. These are, you know, lamb walking into the wolf herd. So this is why I have a very close call on that place. Besides their bullshit going around about proclaiming some kind of independency, you know, some kind of collective independency. Like I'm like, guys, I'm gonna be honest. Like you couldn't have chosen a worse timing for that shit to fly. Like as the divine will allow that, probably not. So might want to rethink that. So that's basically why I keep an eye on them, to make sure that nothing gets too crazy. See, when I tinkered around a couple of months ago, I kind of made some. Oops! It created some kind of glitch, right? So I think there was spam on this server about that. This kind of glitch alert. Yeah, it was fascinating. So that's how I learned to be a bit more careful.
Mm.
But yeah, it is absolutely crazy. I know how crazy I sound, but I'm not in a place where I'm gonna question my experience anymore. I have no reasons to do that. I have every reason
Yeah.
to question my experience in that sense of what it tries to keep me, in smoke and mirrors, right?
Yeah, you want to exercise your energy with intention. Yep.
Yeah, and besides, I mean, evidently I have a calling in that sense, so all I have to do for me in that sense is maintain my authenticity and be in
Yes.
alignment, and everything else will kind of
Amen, brother.
hold therefore. So, I mean, that said, good luck, have fun, because whatever, you want to define this is, it will be done. Oh, I need to start finding a tattoo artist. I need to find someone that's really good on geometric patterns.
What are you gonna get?
So here's a funny story, right? I never were a guy to consider a tattoo because I'm so kind of in a sense ever changing, right? So the thought of having something representing the totality of me was so hard to define for myself. So it kind of like, yeah, how do you even start defining that, right? So fuck that shit. Like I might not even start thinking about that bullshit. And then going through my kind of journey, right? Before I knew what it was, I came across this sacred geometric symbol. And you know how you just know? You definitely know what I mean by that, right? So I just,
Yeah.
yeah, it stood out. It was like the first thing in a kind of spiritual sense that kind of aligned with me in a profound sense. So and it still does after all the additional work and expansions on top of that. It prevails. So I came to the conclusion that this is probably a good tattoo. Yeah. So I found a tattoo.
Nice.
I wasn't looking for it. It just
And
found
it
me.
found you. Exactly. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sleep so well tonight. I don't have to wake up early. Oh, I get to sleep in. Oh, I'm so tired right now.
I've stopped having expectation on sleep. I sleep when I
Huh?
sleep. You know,
Night.
sometimes you think like I'm gonna have a really good long sleep, and then you wake up 3 hours
Exactly.
later, you're like, it's work mode. All right, well,
Yeah.
I'm not tired anymore, so let's go.
I did the last time I did wake up. I woke up like early. I was like, "What the fuck? Why am I waking up so early?" It's like, cause you just feel it. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm really good in being in alignment and in tune in that sense, right? So it's kind of like it's not necessarily that it's evident immediately why, but I at least know. All right, okay, it's work mode. So let's see what I attract, right, to deal with. Yeah.
Let's see what the temperature's gonna be like tomorrow. Oh shit! It's gonna be in the It's almost gonna be 90 degrees tomorrow.
Yeah,
Holy
that
shit.
sounds decent, right? What would that be in Celsius?
I don't know.
But it's like
I need a fan.
25 degrees or something, 30 in Celsius, I think. Like a hot
I should
summer day.
I should go to my storage and get a fan. Let me see.
That's interesting, actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, so many things like how they tied in, right? There's
Yeah.
not even a point trying to explain. Let's just say that ties into things. But yeah, you should probably get your fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that far away from where I live, actually. This is the first time I've mapped it from where I am now. I was like, oh, I wonder how far it is from me. It's not that far,
Yeah.
surprisingly. Goodness. Man.
That's fascinating that you say it that way. I have a couple of friends. They are game developers. Their game is called Sulfur.
Right now. Figure it out loud. I feel like I go on autopilot more these days. Like I put stuff places and it's like, where did I put it?
Yeah.
I'm not used to that. I'm used to having like a photographic, like I can just
It's for me.
No.
It seems to be linked that the kind of red thread holding mechanism is more of the ape brain experience, right? So the more you're perceiving from an expansive kind of perspective, it becomes harder to keeping that kind of red thread kind of narrative of things.
What's that?
Since everything is kind of associative, right? You're not really perceiving that association, right? Because you're having your awareness maybe focused on some different aspect of it, right? So it's kind of it doesn't get recorded. I've noticed that as well.
It's like this shit just disappears in the thin air right immediately. It's like, what the fuck?
I might have had my first non-human kind of contact. Not alien, I mean like passed over kind of contact the other day, perhaps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, I've never been very strong in the kind of third eye sense of things, so.
Okay.
But I did feel the energy there, right? But I couldn't really perceive it, and I think it was kinda a bit skeptical, so it kept itself a bit hidden. I feel it might be a younger female. Like that is completely normal thing to, you know, perceive suddenly, right? You know.
Yeah.
I've been drawn to this kind of spot that is like it's a biking, like walking biking kind of not trail. It's like it's asphalt, right? So it's a lane in that sense. But it cuts through these fields and everything, and it's kind of isolated going through these fields. And it's a former railroad, so it was a railroad before. So I just kind of get this kind of feeling of. Maybe, you know, someone taking their life at that place or accident. Who knows, right? But it's I just get a feeling that has something to do with that. And you're like, yeah, that's completely normal. Yeah, right. But apparently I'm learning to do that shit as well now, so.
It's awesome. It's intense.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, dealing with some, you know, past person's energies, spirit, right? It's like, that's nothing compared to dealing with fucking collective trauma bullshit transportations. It's like, you know, if we started there, that would probably feel a bit whoa. But at this point, like literally at this point, they could open up a portal here right now in my dinner/living room, right? And out two aliens jumps and go like blop 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 blop, and I would be like, okay, right, this was unexpected, but you know, at this point, why would I question that considering everything else, right? So it would be like, there's just another crazy thing to deal with. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys. There's a library 5-minute walk from where I live.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And somehow I've walked past it, I didn't even know.
Yeah. Isn't it fascinating, right?
Yeah.
I like to feel like, because some people like to describe it as like they change in their vibe, people come and go in their life, right? Or you attract people and stuff. And that is correct, but I think it's also kind of an instancing to this, right? So it's kind of like you only perceive the part of this place as it aligns with your vibe, so to speak. So it's not only about people, it's also places, right? Suddenly like, oh shit, did I have this so conveniently close to me? Yeah, that's another expression of it, yes. It's a good sign, I would say. Very good sign.
Yay.
Yay! My original kind of time frame looking at see, now it becomes kind of weird. It is what it is. So, looking at the 7 sigils, and looking at the 7th, and the 7 trumpets, and knowing what that means in an esoteric symbolic meaning, I kinda looked in the archives of, time frames for that. And it seems like kinda around every month a trumpet blows, right? I would say the first one blew November, December, so that's one. Then we had the end of the year, 2. Then we had January, February, and March. So that leaves us at potentially 6. Now I don't know if all of the timelines really held together. I haven't really looked into it, so I should actually do that. But so kinda implicates we're like 1-2 months away from the original kind of timeline I saw. So given how things are accelerating and ramping up, and the veil thinning and thinning, I would say that I'm probably not going to be far off of my original estimates. So I would say it's imminent, very much imminent with capital letters, yes. So we're just gonna have to wait for that Pope to die. It is kind of poetic if he dies on, him being 88 years old,
Oh boy.
Yeah, double affinity, dude. Good luck. Godspeed.
There's a pool nearby, and it only costs $3.50 to do the lap pool, to do the laps, to have access to do laps.
Marvelous.
That's insane.
What a coincidence. To me, it seems like you have done some really good work, because it seems to me that we get often very well rewarded when we do. In fact, what seems to be on the table is kinda what our hearts desire. There's something, it seems like, is only given to those that, have pure hearts.
It's so interesting because I moved into a pool house, but I wasn't my 100% self. I was going through so much, and professionally I was being accosted, like energetically, like in my dreams. I was dreaming that the woman was poisoning me. Like I don't even know. There are no words to describe what I was going through. Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
so
be honest with you. You have probably dragged onto you some really hard bullshit, right? See, here's probably the thing, right? If you've been aware quite a while, there's so many opportunities for the system to kind of act upon that, right? See, this
yeah,
that's
I
the
was
first
suppressing
thing me
myself.
doing this bullshit I have done, right? It's kind of I kind of come out of nowhere in a lot of knowing. It means that I carry a very little of these kind of curses, or what you want to call it. I'm not sure how to define it. It seems to me like you have actually gotten some unwanted attention at some points, and
I get way too much attention, period. So I was in a pool house. I was renting a pool house, and I never went swimming. And I'm a fish. I love the water. And I rented, I was so excited. I was going to swim all the time, all this shit. And I was so stifled, like. And here, now, there's a pool nearby, and it's only $3.50 to go do laps. Like, and I'm like, I so want to do it.
Yeah,
But isn't that crazy though?
No.
I mean,
think-
obviously it was a small pool in comparison, and that's, I'm sure, it was energetically, I just didn't feel, and also there were cameras and shit, but really what it came down to, it was, I wasn't feeling like myself, like, and I was doing other things. I was doing a lot of healing. That was a place, like, it was this studio pool house, right? And it was literally a little house, like it had its own address. It was in the back of a main house, and I was staying there even through to the end, like when the fires and everything. And it's like, it served its purpose, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it had nothing to do with the pool. Like having the water near me was good, and I could hear it, but I didn't, it wasn't how I thought it would be. But now it's like there's a pool near me. I don't know. It's just so weird. I'm still processing, you know what I mean? Everything.
I think it makes perfect sense.
Of course you do.
Yeah, and if you feel compelled to, now do it, you should definitely do it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I don't even know why I looked it up. After the library thing, I was like, oh my God. I was like, pool near me. And I was like, what?
that's why I think that you're supposed to.
Yeah. How exciting.
Yeah. It's like, like the first one I sent you there. You weren't really in that stage, that empowered stage yet. You were kinda in the chrysalis of that. So, but now as you emerge on the other side, what you desire. Yeah. No, I was ironic.
The question is the answer, and the answer is the question.
Yeah, it is gonna be really fun. The divine protection has also really stepped up in removal of, wobbly elements.
Dora and Diego.
I was caught in this kind of proxy war between Twig and Boric. I just got banned from Here and Now because I knew Twig too much.
What?
Yeah, and I'm like, all right, thank you, divine protection. So, I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you, universe.
True,
One
though.
less person to care about for the time being, because I'm, busy doing important stuff. Can't deal with wobbliness.
Action.
That's
Draw.
crazy.
Change.
Empaths go through two transformations: naive innocence and awakened strength. At first, they love without limits, driven by the need to please and the fear of abandonment, making them easy targets for narcissists and manipulators. This cycle continues until a breaking point, where deep betrayal or emotional abuse shatters them entirely. But destruction leads to transformation. They rebuild with boundaries, self-respect, and emotional intelligence. No longer naive, they become empowered empaths. Kind, but intentional. Compassionate, but no longer exploitable. They don't lose their empathy. They learn how to wield it. Amen, brother. I feel like I've been through this multiple rounds. Like, it's like a spiral. Yeah.
Glorious. But that
It's like,
compassion is the divine sword. Yeah. This is why no people with ill intent can wield the divine.
Change.
Or rather, the way I want to put it is, no divine function is allowed to access their full potential unless aligned.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's where discernment comes into play.
Very much so.
Change. Dice.
Yeah. This was a really
Set.
fascinating week. But I love weeks like this. These are good weeks in a sense. Exhausting, but good.
Move. Action.
Oh. Let's see.
Thank you. I'm coughing though. I know it
Oh.
sounds like I'm
It sounded like a good one, like.
Yeah, I know. It's the noise cancellation that turns my coughing into sneezing.
I get it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's kind of hilarious actually. Banana. Yeah. Oh, I have grape. I forgot about my grape. God damn it. That's sweet. Banana and grapes.
Change.
That is fascinating, right? Going through this and suddenly, your body reacts on foods that's apparently not good for you anymore.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, alright, okay, apparently I'm not eating this anymore because it's bad for me. But it's nice, right? You don't even have to, spend hours reading on this shit. You just feel it.
Change. Dice.
The awareness.
Set.
Very nice.
Move. Action.
Oh. Now I remember. That's fascinating.
Defense.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Sunday tomorrow.
Draw.
Well,
Oh,
technically
yeah.
today here, so I think we're allowed to rest.
Oh, I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when I expect rest, it turns out not to be rest. So I don't put any expectations on the outcome in that sense. But it would be nice. I have a feeling I'm gonna get the rest.
Change. Dice. Set. Move.
Drink drinking so many liquids today.
Action.
My gosh.
Defense.
Spread my wallet thread that I made everywhere. And it's like, I feel like I'm about to sink into the floor. It's, this is so good. Lavender and sandalwood. Who would have known? Who would have thunk it? Mm. Yeah, you have to DM me. Mm-hmm. Ooh. And I sprayed it for the older people, and it works so well. Like, I asked her, I was like, how did you sleep? She said, I slept very well. And it's unbeknownst to him, like, even though I told him, you know, like, at the time he went to bed, he wasn't thinking about it. Little does he know that it's engulfing him, and he's like going into a deep sleep, you know? It's so powerful. What's up, Bamar?
Yo, what's up, what's up, what's up?
How are
Happy
you?
Sunday, bro.
Yes, we were just talking about today is gonna be a day of rest.
It's nice to hear your voice. I'm doing alright. I'm
Likewise.
been a little overworked, but I'm surviving it, and it's only making me stronger. And I'm gonna be a
Yeah.
stronger and happy person of the consequence.
Nice.
I mean, we've all been a bit overworked as of late.
Yeah, man. I've been doing like 3 work days every day.
Wow.
Yeah, so working like from 6 to midnight. And eventually, you know what was the worst part? What really like tore me up, but I put myself back together. Like when when I complained that like all this work is killing me, they were like, "Let's give you more money." I was like, "No, that's gonna make me work more."
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Sounds like a challenge.
It's
Pace
difficult. It's
yourself.
like you know what happened with like the past 20 years and what I've been learning. Now suddenly with the new technologies, I've become 20 times as useful as I used to be. But the problem
Great.
the problem with that is
Now people have 20 times more things for me to do.
Yeah. You need to hire some people on your team.
I need to hire people, and I need to. That's the thing, you know. There's going to be this entire generation that they can operate with the machinery that I operate, right? But they're not going to have they're not going to know how it works underneath the hood.
Mm.
They're going to be able to drive the car, but they don't know what the engine looks like.
This is the shadow showing which way you have to go here.
Just wait, just
So,
wait. Slowly.
so Sheba, I want to tell you about something that I learned. So there was this American guy here, Yoshi. He's 76 years old. He was part of the, you know, the TM. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say the TM movement?
Yeah, the Transcendental Movement.
Yeah, right. He was part of that, like in the, I don't know, 50s to 70s, you know.
So was
Like,
he in Iowa?
He was in, I don't know. He said he's got four bases. He spent his entire life in Ashram. He's raised 5
Yeah.
kids.
Wow.
And so I think he said he grew up in Florida, and his dad was like an informal rabbi, and then he kind of, when he broke away from that, he joined these ashrams, you know, and so now he's like a sadhu basically.
Did he ever
And,
reach levitation?
This guy's like whatever he's doing, he's accomplishing it. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a very strange. He's not doing what everyone else is doing. That's the interesting thing. He had his own form of meditation and his own, like, he quite strongly believed in playing with people, like playing games and stuff. And
Gurdjieff used to do that.
But he had these
Nobody knows
interesting
much of
things. He had these interesting things, Sheba. They were made by the Hacky Sack company. They actually made in Guatemala, I think. But they that like crochet technique that they used to make the hacky sack.
Yeah.
So it's like a hacky sack, but it's flat, like a doily.
Okay.
And it doesn't have anything inside. So they call it a Maya flyer, and it's a foldable frisbee.
Oh wow.
So you stuff it in your pocket. You can pull it out at any time and play frisbee. And what's great about it is it does, like, you know, frisbees are cool, but like there's this part that we don't think about when we play frisbee, is that we're constantly hesitating to catch it because it hurts your hands.
Yeah.
The Maya flyers are cloth, so it's like throwing a sock at somebody. It doesn't hurt your hands. It doesn't hurt you when it hits you. So what's very cool about it is, like, if you're standing around playing it, you can literally just throw it at a stranger, and they come and join in.
That's
Because
awesome.
it kind of hits them on the head. It hits them on the head, and they're like, "What's this?" You know what I mean? So it's like a very interesting. It's like the most extremely playful toy that you will find in a shop. Like
a Maya flyer.
Maya flyer. They cost $20. They're very, very cool. He had like a few of them, and it's quite cool when you have a few, because like, then you're not just throwing one around. Like, they start coming out of nowhere. You know, like there's a bunch of them going around. It's very. What I liked is, like, you know, hacky sack is kind of hard. Like, nobody can join in. if they can't play it. But this is like anybody. We like it doesn't matter if you're 6 years old or if you're 90 years old. You can join in and play. It's also it turned out to be quite an athletic thing. Like I'd be completely worked out after an hour of it. You keep on stretching and reaching and jumping.
Yeah.
Also, me, I'm a bit cat-like. Like, you know, I think the reason why I like that game is because I'm like, one example is like I was really bad at air hockey because I keep on chasing the puck around.
Why is
Like
that?
I quite like moving, like reaching and grabbing moving things, like going for something.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when a cat plays with something, I'm just like that.
Yeah. I can relate. I have cat-like tendencies as well. I'll check it out, Maya Flyer.
Maya flyers, yeah, they're the best. He believes that they come from a different dimension. They're like a technology that's pulled over from a different dimension to heal the world.
Wow.
Because it's so crazy. Like, I mean, it's an object that you throw it at somebody and they become your friend. It's very interesting. And it is like, if you think about it, is like dimensionally, it's like a crazy difference between the tiny little difference between it and a frisbee. But a frisbee is like something that I don't even have that fond of memories of frisbees when I was a kid. I did play frisbee once or twice, but all I remember is trying to grab the thing and getting hit on your knuckles.
Yeah. It's frisbee is more. It would be more of an aggressive.
It's way more aggressive,
approach.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the weird thing about these little flyers, like
if you think
we've
about
tried it once. We tried it once or twice. You can throw it as hard as you can at somebody, and it just like flops against them. It doesn't do it.
If you think about it, it brings everyone into the same moment.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like 3 minutes, and everyone's got this huge smile on their face, you know.
Yeah. It's like noticing the sunshine.
Yeah.
I love it. I'll check it out.
Yeah, Maya flyers. I really couldn't believe in that short period of time when he was here and we were playing with these things, how many strangers just became spontaneous friends.
You should write a song about it.
Usually people keep to themselves, you know. What, like an ad for them, like a jingle?
Or just not for you. Like, just write a song about it. Like, it doesn't have to be for them.
But it can be.
It's clearly had an impact. Mm-hmm.
It can be for them, though.
It could be, yeah. Especially if it gets traction. Be like, you can license it to them.
Get more people to buy it.
Yeah. You'll get Maya flyers for life.
So I want to get a South African lady to make them. It's because I don't want to import. Like, if I import 4 of them, it's quite a lot of money. So I want to see if I've got this one lady who's just doing crochet. Now, I tried to talk her into making this thing, and I told her, listen, the big message was, listen, you can't make this out of wool. You know, it has to be this rope because it can't be readjusting itself.
Yeah.
And the first thing she asked me is, can you please send me some cheap wool? That's the message I get back. So I'll still take what she makes, you know, because it still works. The woolly ones work too. They make like UFOs, basically, like these weird mushroom UFO things. It's a bit like throwing a beanie. I'll take anything I can get at this point. Those things are cool. So tell me what's news. What's up? What's up? What's happening?
Oh my god. I don't know if I have the energy to do that.
No.
I'm so tired right now.
My
You
outro,
caught me at my
so I can
last
talk
breath
more
right now
freely.
of the day. Just going through transition. Not just I'm going through transition. You know?
The alchemists are transmuting, and the magicians are spellcasting, right?
The growth.
You caught me at the fading breath of the day. And as I fade away, reminiscing on all the good things that happened from the moment that I opened my eyes. And thinking about how everything that was rough was actually just smooth in disguise.
Like a Maya flyer flying high.
Like a Maya flying, landing softly on top of your head. Whew. It's dinner time. Something about mixing weed and coffee. It's like I don't even think I'm addicted to one or the other. I think I'm addicted to both. It's hard to do one without the other. Every time I smoke weed, I want coffee. Every time I drink coffee, I want weed.
Now you just need to add cacao to it. Some cacao, chocolate, weed, and coffee.
But you gonna run? Where you gonna run? Where you gonna run when the big man come? Where you gonna run? Where you gonna run? Life is run and run, run and run. Whoa. Where you gonna run when the big man come? What you gonna do if you don't see through? You gonna run when the big man come? What you gonna do when you can't see through? Where you gonna run? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when you don't see through? Where you gonna run to? Where you gonna go? You gonna run when the big man comes?
Nice. Guitar. Or like a Spanish guitar.
Yeah, this guitar makes everything sound like a Spanish guitar. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I like it.
This thing is falling apart. Hey, but it's actually I got it like it. The sticker said Hohner, and I was like, oh, Hohner, it has to be a good guitar. It turns out Hohner is actually quite a cheap guitar.
I like it. It sounds warm.
Yeah.
It's now got this problem, like when I hit it, hear that? Right? Like something is loose inside. It has like I don't know
I
what's
like
happening. There's like these. It's got like pieces that go across. I think one of them broke off on the inside.
Yeah, but it's one of one. It makes its own sound.
I really like abuse my guitar. They get like really abused. So what happened recently is this piece, like right there, that goes across. Right there, like on the, like one of these frets, like just here where the body joins the neck. It kind of, the front plate of the wood split and lifted. And then it started making all these weird like sitar sounds. Because, because all the bits touch the strings now when you press it down.
That's awesome. I think that's awesome. It becomes such a unique instrument.
Its own thing.
Yeah. You're seasoning it.
Real quick, I should end my stream real quick.
When you find that life is bringing you down, you got to cheer up, you got to turn that frown upside down, you got to learn. You got to love, 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 and let your happiness grow. Oh, you got to love, 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 and let your happiness grow. All you got to do is, all you got to know is love, 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 and let your happiness grow. All you got to do is love, all you got to do is love. When you find yourself wandering around, don't forget to smile at the strangers all around. Whoa. Everybody living it. Woof. You gotta give a little. You gotta live a little. You gotta love a little. You gotta give a little. When you're great each other, you gotta hug each other. You got to love each other and love one another. You got to give. gotta love, 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 and let your happiness grow. All you gotta do is love, all you gotta know is love, 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 and let your happiness grow. All you gotta know is love, all you gotta do is.
Yay. It's true though.
So that Sadhu guy actually taught me something. So he didn't teach it to me. It's like something that he almost learned it from me. It's like we were playing music and then he started like singing to the music. And it was just like he didn't have anything to sing, you know, so he was just like, oh, give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. I kind of picked up on that. And so what I've been doing lately is I've been making like turning everything into like songs.
Nice.
So it's quite cool. Like you should try it with your friends, or you should try it by yourself even when you have a chance. Like, so what you do is like think about what you want to say, right? And then just blurt it out. And then that is the song.
Yeah.
So like we were at the end of a party and we were all eating like we got to the car and the whole car was full of snacks that we didn't touch because we were all at the party, you know. So now it's like we're not quite going home yet. We're all like partying around the car eating snacks. And so I started singing like, no need to save it for later. You can have it all now. No need to save it for later. Save it for later. Can have it all now. Can have it all now. Need to save it for later. Need to save it. You know what I mean? And that's like kind of just blurt out anything that's like right. Doesn't even have to be right for the moment, but it's something you wanted to say, so you don't say it. You sing it instead.
Yeah.
And it's quite cool. Like once your mind opens up to that, it's
In
like
your heart.
you start singing things that you wouldn't have said because now it becomes your mind is open up to what's cool for a song. And it so what I found is that there's this guy on YouTube that plays quite a bit of like old music, like old Jamaican music and stuff. And he also mixes it with quite a bit of new music, but there's like a little bit of stuff with lyrics and then there's instrumental stuff in between because he's like a DJ. So it works really, really well on his when you listen to his music, like half of the stuff can get lyrics over it and the other half of the stuff have simple lyrics over it, like these 70s songs, you know. The lyrics was kind of straightforward at that point in time. So it's quite nice to draw inspiration from. It's yeah, it's quite cool because then, like, you know, some of these random things that you come up with, they stick. Like you'll never forget them.
Yeah, because it's authentic. It comes from the moment.
Like come on people, if you're feeling the vibe, we're just here to bring the vibe tonight. We don't fuss, no, we don't fight. We're just here to bring the vibe tonight. Come on, people, if
It's
you're
something
feeling
that
alive.
Africans have done for a long time.
And like,
Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah.
it's like the real. It's like under because song is just a song is just fake chant. That's all it is, and the chant is actually the real version of it. So those chants are like, to me, like become the most exciting thing now, because I've always been looking for that thing that's not a song, and it looks like the
Mm.
chants are that thing that's not a song. It's something else.
Yeah. That's awesome that you met a friend like that and you guys have
Yeah,
each other.
he's back in the US now. He's
What
moving
part?
around. So he said he's got 4 bases. The ones in California, the ones in Florida, the ones in New York, and so I can get his contact information. Ask him to. No, he didn't say California. He said Los Angeles. He said somewhere in Los Angeles and somewhere in Florida and
Nice.
somewhere in New York. So I actually told him he should try and meet up with you if he ever gets nearby to where you are. I was trying to
Awesome.
put you two in contact because he's actually quite a interesting person to meet.
Sounds like it.
It's like when you meet old people that are that free-minded and that healthy, it's quite inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Iowa, at Fairfield, Iowa, to be specific. That's where the TM headquarters
Where the
is.
thing happened, right? The real thing, yeah.
I got a lot of my crystals from there, actually.
Oh,
Like
cool.
some I wear all the time. Yeah, around my neck. Very powerful stuff, man. I've been to
So
the TM grounds. I didn't like
while he
the
was here, right, he would stand at the beach in front all day long. He was just at the beach day and night. Like
yeah, the
the
ocean
one
is
the one day I went to go see him, like he's like, because I couldn't get a hold of him. And he's like, yeah, like the one. So he got like mugged while he was meditating. Like the one guy just came and sat next to him, and he looked down at the guy, and the guy was like, "Amen, amen." And then he went to go have a swim, and then he came back, and his phone was gone. I'm like, that is the smoothest mugging I've ever heard of.
wow.
It was ridiculous. But yeah, he was like just meditating all day. But like even in the rain.
Mm,
Like gee,
the
I
rain.
like after a while I was like, damn dude, you gotta take care of yourself. Like I organized him some eardrops and shit. Like, because you can't just at the ocean, you just can't. If you get an ear infection from standing in the wind all day at the ocean, it's hard to shake those away. Hard to shake those off. But he did. It's like 2 days and he's fine again.
Yeah, the whole TM is very interesting. Like David Lynch, Ellen DeGeneres. There are a lot of people that got into transcendental meditation.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see where.
you know,
I would
suddenly
say
they
like
decide to, you know, put a lot of their money into charity out of a sudden, you know, it's almost like they're trying to, you know, try to make up for past kind of hoardings of stuff.
Oh well, I mean, dude, it's like a thing that actually happens, and it's not always under their control. Like, you know, when we interviewed John McAfee, I studied his history, and like even he did it. Like, he bought this place in Colorado, and then like just people from all over the country. Like he was giving he wrote 5 books, and he was doing this like sharing all the spiritual truths he's discovering and this and that, and then like he got like all these people came from all over the country and just started kind of squatting at his place, and he kind of couldn't get rid of them, and it was costing him it cost him all his money, all the money he made.
Sounds
And
like
then
he failed
eventually
his challenge.
so eventually he like sold the place and moved on, you know, that's went back to like having a yacht, you know, that kind of life. And
Yeah,
it
you
was
have
like,
to wait for that divine timing, you know. Can't go ahead of things. You know, it's a totality that has to align, right? So,
it was interesting because to me, it's a form of calcination. It's like it's the equivalent of your house burning down, like having squatters. Maybe it's because I'm South African, I don't know. But like if you got like if you pick it, it's like a rolling stone gathers no dirt, but if you start gathering all the dirt, then there's something wrong with your stone, you know.
yeah, it sounds like he should have
Mm.
protected his energy more efficiently than he did. As I said, he failed his challenge.
Well, that's possible. Maybe it's like, the thing is that we've got our bodies. Our bodies like fails challenges, right? But our spirit is the thing that's
I'm gonna
dragging
put
our
it like
body.
this. I'm here on divine authority, so I pretty much a good idea of things. So if you feel like you need to explain your perspective, you probably don't. You can just start, you know,
Is
entertaining the
that
kind of angles you want to look at it, right?
is that why you cut people off? Because you feel that way.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to explain the whole thing. Like, yeah, I get your
Well done.
perspective in that sense. So,
Are you sure? Are you sure you get what I haven't said yet?
yeah, pretty sure. See, you might missed it when you enter, right? We
Oh
kind of
no,
all
sorry.
expressed.
You don't need to explain. You don't need to explain yourself. I already got it. No
No,
need to
no,
say anything.
yeah,
No,
but
no, no. Really, I already got it. No need to explain yourself.
so we kind
If
of
you
like
need to explain yourself, you don't have something interesting to say.
energy efficiency is a nice thing.
No, no, no. Stop, please stop. You don't have anything good to say if you need to explain yourself.
It must have been really lonely for him.
Yeah, babysitting 40, 50 people at a time is a lonely experience.
And
Who's
and not
babysitting him?
having someone that can relate, you know.
I think that's the interesting part. Is like our most spiritual moments are like super vulnerable moments. They're like
Yeah.
um, they're times when we need a caretaker. And if you taking care of other people, then you don't allow yourself to have those vulnerable experiences.
Mm.
You like codependency? How about some cosmic codependency?
Cosmic codependency.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting statement. It's like,
Yeah, I dealt with my personal layer of it, and lo and behold, there was a collective version of it under. Oh, annoying. But I dealt with that shit. So
What did you
That's
say,
it.
Chris?
Well, why would people pay for uninteresting things? Like people
Oh my
pay
God.
for D&D. People pay for speakers to
Hey,
show up at
people
places and
pay
explain stuff.
for all kinds of uninteresting things. Well, that's subjective, but people pay for shallow experience, like surface stuff all the time. It's part of the program. It's taking
People
up
pay
so
for
many.
excitement.
But
Well,
much healing can be done when you pay for services that require explanation.
yeah, but that's a
Like you can
different frequency.
you can have a shallow experience, but as long as it's excitation, people will still pay money for it.
What if it's
Yeah,
deeper
people pay
than the
money for
perceived
drama.
shallowness?
Well, yeah, why pay for it? We got plenty of free around this.
No, I'm just saying people pay for it. And
Well,
Do
being
people pay
considered
for toxic
uninteresting.
Yeah, people pay
relationships?
for it.
Like,
Think
people
about
pay
it.
for
Like if
toxic
you,
relationships.
if the things that excite you, if the things that excite you are like no longer exciting you, you're going to pay for something else that excites you. It's like that button. You know the button that shocks you. They put somebody in a room. The only thing they have access to is a button that shocks them. Eventually, they press it because it's boring.
It's stimulation, yeah.
I just think there are people who like certain things and they're willing to pay for it. And sometimes those things involve
Define
explaining
like,
things.
you know? Like is a slippery thing.
Mm-hmm. You really can't discuss
a
much without explaining
slippery
anything.
sloop of loops.
It's incredibly limiting.
Slips, chips.
Well, I better sing my outro.
Hmm?
You know that story about that guy that became smart because he got beaten up? Have you ever heard that guy?
Oh, like
He's like
the brain damage?
I don't know, they hit him in his kidneys and on the back of his head or something, and like he had a lesion in his brain.
Yeah,
And he's just
the genius.
he's got this like incredible geometry skill.
Yeah, the mathematics, yeah. There are a couple of
The
stories like that.
The pictures that guy draws is it's like a quite interesting. It's like the the flower of life type thing.
Yeah.
He draws those things, but he draws a different version of it.
Mm.
And he says that he sees those same tensor lines on the movement of water. Now, what I found interesting about that is I've seen that too. I was high the one day. I was looking at the ocean, and I noticed like how the ocean is like every little piece of it is making the same little shape.
Wow.
It's like
Have you ever been in a
Obviously.
symbolic forest?
you know what? Symbolic forest.
Yeah, when all the trees is just replaced by the symbolic meaning of trees.
Oh shit.
You know, it's basically like a placeholder kind of object instead of, the fractal
Oh, I
expression of a tree. That's pretty cool.
Wait, you're explaining something.
also
That's
seen
not
that,
allowed.
I've been there I've been in a space like in a symbolic conversation, where when my friends speak, their faces like there's nothing around me. Like what I see is this. It's almost like like a television, when a television snows, like the static. Like it was like that, but color around me. And every time one of my friends spoke, their faces would appear in that space, but it wasn't their faces. It was this like, almost like it looked a lot like the Scanner Darkly, like where the people wear those suits with the morphing faces. It looked like that. Like every time a guy spoke, it would be this morphing man face. And every time a chick spoke, it would be like a morphing woman.
Cool.
2.
Where did I put my
What-
vape? God damn it.
what's
Explain.
always like disturbing to me is like in situations like that when your vision is taken away from you, that thing that you get as a replacement, what's disturbing to me is how clearly you can see it. The other thing that's not vision.
Oh.
Oh, there's my vape.
Can you say
That's
that again, please?
So when you're like there's different kinds of hallucination. Sometimes you can hallucinate a little bit while you're looking at something, but sometimes the whole thing that you're looking at either gets removed and replaced with a completely different world, or it gets replaced with a different version of itself. You're not seeing the thing at all anymore. You're seeing this other thing.
Yeah.
And
It's
what
interesting you
I
say
find
that
kind
because
of disturbing is
when I
how
used to get
clearly
when I used to
what I
alter
find
my mind with some people, like, and we did it a lot. Like they used to say that it was like there were two of me. They'd be like, "It's so weird because it's like we're here with two of you."
Hmm.
They would say that a lot, like, and then I
and
felt
so
that about them. Like at some point, there would be a version of them that would only come out when our minds were altered, and they even looked different.
yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Like I've seen that
Like,
many times. Like, and it's still the
yeah,
same person, but it's
yeah,
this new like like not a new rendition. It's almost like a new
it's the actual
interpretation of
authentic.
the same person.
It's yeah,
You
it's like
you know
the
what's
most
kind of weird?
authentic.
What you know what it reminds me of when people make
But
you know, like when people make political sketches of somebody, they make those like likenesses of their faces,
the
where their faces is
caricatures,
like bigger than
yeah,
caricatures. It's almost like people become a caricature, but like a
yeah.
physical one. Like I
It's like their
remember
energetic selves embodied, or like,
my one friend like who was he spent like a whole lot of time on 4chan. Like every day he'd spend like 10 hours on 4chan. He came home the one day and he was like smoking a cigarette and laughing, and the the pieces of his face, like his eyes and lips and everything, rearranged and moved into a new position so that he looked exactly like Trollface, like a physical
oh my
Trollface.
gosh, that's crazy.
cool.
What was the last word you said?
Troll face.
Trollface.
That's
Like,
scary.
so it's like it's almost like at the time he was manifesting that archetype. So
Yeah, that energy.
symbolically he would rearrange
Yeah,
into the thing that he's busy turning into.
exactly.
Like that's the morphic field. That if he did that every day for long enough, he turns even more into that persona. Like so,
That thing.
but that's like to me, I see that's like deities. Those like the troll face is like a deity. Like I I remember this one other guy. He was like he had like so there was something about his face that I could never place, about the shape of his nose and everything, you know. And then the one day I was tripping, I looked at his face and I realized like it was dog-like. He had a dog-like face. And then I realized that's where all of his like loyalty and stuff stems from this like dog-like attribute that he's manifesting. And that's somehow it's like the morphic ego that he's like representing, because that gets him by.
A rebirth of the dog man.
So,
My ex once saw me literally like Ganesh. That was funny. Like a
like
literally
what?
more Ganesh, you know, the elephant
Ganesh.
god in
Wow.
Hinduism.
Ganesha.
Yeah.
Man, I've been thinking about Ganesha a lot lately. Like, so Ganesha's head gets chopped off by his mates, and then it gets replaced by this thing that's described as an elephant's head. And then we draw this pink elephant, you know, or whatever. It's Ganesha. And it makes me wonder if he wasn't something more like Darth Vader, where he had to wear like this respiratory helmet thing, you know, after his head got chopped off.
Do you know one interpretation of that story? that I've got.
Go for it.
The person whose body would become Ganesh was made from basically an ancient, douche rag pile of a goddess. And it became a person. And then this person was guarding the goddess that birthed them. And then Shiva came back. And Shiva was like, yo, I'm here to see this goddess that's my wife. And then the little kid thing was like, I'm here to defend her in her honor. And then Shiva didn't even say anything, just cut his head off. And then, the goddess was not pleased at all at this. So, Shiva had a few, I think one of the descriptions was octopus for man compatriots. So then one of them volunteered their head to become the reviving element of the thing that...
See, like this whole idea that we can, that they could revive somebody who's been decapitated, but like after post-revival, there's some kind of disfigurement, right? They need this trunk hanging from their mouths, and combine that with the idea that they had flying cities that would stay in the sky permanently, and that they had javelins that they could launch from across the world.
The Ruach.
That when the javelin lands, it burns the flesh off of the elephants. That's how hot it is. That, like, this is so familiar to us in the modern day. This is like exactly what we have today. You know, like we're soon going to be able to take decapitated people and give them prosthetics, put their head back on. We're soon going to have flying cities. We already have javelins we can toss across the world that burns the flesh off of elephants. Like, these are all technologies we now know. I wouldn't say know and love, but know. You know, we're aware of it. Like, we're aware of plastic surgery, and we're aware of all this stuff. Like, it's coming back. It's not like new because it's in the Vedas.
Yeah.
You know, what's interesting about that also is, like, they tell it, they present it to us as if it's history. But if you actually look at the Vedas, it's not dated. We don't know if it's history or not.
Yeah.
And another thing is,
Could
like,
be the future.
so, you know, time travel is implicit in multiversal theory, but it takes on a very interesting aspect. So, what, you know, like, if there's multiple verses, right, that are playing out right now, and they're all subject of different consequences, there's verses out there where this location in space was affected in ancient times. That changes its position in time and puts us 60 years ahead, 1,000 years ahead, 1,000 years behind. So there are pasts of us in many different variations playing out right now. And there's also futures of us that we are behind, but they're playing out right now. And this has to do with that there's actually, even in our universe, there's no location which is experiencing the same moment in time. It doesn't work like that. Like, the universe isn't a thing that has a moment, actually. The light that leaves the sun 8 minutes ago, when it arrives on Earth right now, it hasn't experienced even 1 second of time changing, because it's moving at the speed of light. Its time completely stands still. So there's even right now, the sunlight that hits us, right, is 8 minutes out of sync with the stuff that's happening on Earth. So the whole universe is out of sync with each other.
Yeah.
It's all relative. Time is completely relative. And not only that, but like through that relativity, then there's a relationship to all of the universes in the multiverse, and they're all relative. And so that means that there's massive, massive, massive branches of the multiverse that's still in the past. But what's interesting about it is the ones that aren't, the ones that have already transpired, they are definitely not anymore. Like, they can't go back to the past either. So there's this thing happening where the past is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as more and more and more of the multiverse folds into a wave collapse, right? The chances of the past actually being different in those other versions of our universe gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the past starts cementing itself as time passes, as all of the relative times to ourselves start resolving. And so there are some things that are still undecided in the past. The reason is because our universe has collapsed it, but there are other universes that still have a relationship to our universe, still affect our universe, that haven't collapsed yet. And as they resolve, the outcome of our past is affected by it.
It would be shame if we were a branch of the ones that needs to dissolve, right?
Well, it would be a shame if we were one of the most latent ones, because that means that our past is very decided. But if we're one of the early ones in the multiverse, then our past is very undecided. Lots of wiggling.
I think there's more divine work at play that governs some aspects of that.
Just remember, if there's a universe where the Earth is 2 inches further away from the black hole in the center, it's in a completely different time. And there's lots of them. But there's also ones that are 2 inches closer. The universe's time being out of sync is proof that it's a simulation. It's an optimization strategy. It's Gaussian, what do you call it, propagation. Every quanta can only affect the quanta next to it. It can't do anything with one that's further away. So when something moves, the maximum speed is 1 Minecraft block per second, or per moment. The speed of light, rate of propagation. News cannot travel faster than that in the universe. I saw this paper about CAP theorem, conflict resolution with guns, it's called. It's like, where they talk about like how, because of the speed of light, when you start communicating, and you try and synchronize a database across the universe, like let's say you've got a piece of your data on Mars and a piece on Earth. There's no reliable way to keep them in sync, because the information will either make the one override the other, or make the other override the one, but they can't both have the same input.
So what work do you do then?
So this year, I'm making a sports tracking application for spin bowlers.
Oh, I mean in the grand scheme of things, not human occupation.
Oh, what work do I do?
Yeah.
I'm a mercurial.
What?
Incarnation of Mercury.
Oh, that's cool.
So I'm good at matters of fluidity.
I'm a contextual guy. Likes to see how things relate. Yeah. Very good at it, actually.
Man, you can get such a high-paying job if your mind works like that.
Yeah, but I don't mind that type of work. I have more important work than human. Humans,
Yeah, but I mean,
you
can get a location that gives you lots of free time. That's
Oh, I already had one of those works. I basically worked like an hour a day, and they kept throwing promotions onto me. And then I reached a point where basically I had to refocus on, the work. So, by some nice circumstance, suddenly, quite quickly, I was like presented with a severance package that, freed up a lot of time, awareness to doing some more important work. Yeah. And that played out nice. To see where I'm at, I don't worry about money anymore. It's kinda irrelevant at this point. Yeah. So, yeah, I could.
I don't know.
Probably
How
do
in,
that.
how irrelevant is money to you? If you needed my time, would you be able to afford me?
Well, if I needed you, the universe would provide a way for you to be needed. That's how it works now. So I don't really need to care about that. What I need will be attracted. So all I have to do is just not stay in any type of resistance. Just be in alignment, be my authentic self. The rest, sorts itself out.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. But that is fascinating. In our incarnation of, what did you say, Mercury?
Mercury. Yeah. So things that come easy to me is like when something breaks, knowing the the the, the tiny little thing inside that is causing the break, that's causing the entanglement, that's causing the problem. When I was small, I used to take people's necklaces, those metal ones, and magically just unravel them, and people would be so surprised at how a small child can do that. But that was, to me, was easy. That's like one of the easier things to do.
Oh yeah. I didn't know what hard work was until I started doing the real work. See, human work was always kind of just something to pass time with, right? Never really catered to
Yeah, it will definitely take a lot of your time.
my full capacity, so to speak. Yeah.
People always want you to spend time on things they don't want to spend time on. That's what real work is.
Exactly. But now we're turning that a bit upside down. So if you're top of the pyramid, you're gonna be at the base instead. So. And then we flip it a bit around a bit, like a snow globe. That's a good way to look at all the small pieces and decide on what's to keep and what has to go.
What to keep and what has to go.
Yeah, no creation without destruction, right? So Not everything can follow. Doesn't mean that anyone gets left behind. It's more a matter of, you know, what aspect of you that gets left behind. Yeah. What needs to be shedded. Either way. Fucking
Come,
tedious work, man. Fucking
let's do some
tedious
stretches,
work.
brother.
Sorry?
Let's do some stretches. The time is cut. To stretch. Is now. Oh shit. Balance. How's your balance?
Balance is key, man.
Balance is everything.
No, context is everything, but balance is key. Do you ride a bike?
Eight years ago, I could sit with my legs crossed and from that position jump onto my feet. Then I got like damage to the nerves in my right leg. And my balance is only coming back now. All this time I've been unable to balance on my right leg.
Glad to hear that things are coming back slowly from themselves.
Who left? No one left? Now I'm gonna have to go and check because I have a feeling. And besides, I wanna tinker around a bit with the computer. Yeah, look at that. He went away? What a surprise. Tried to pull the tension, then pass away. Well, you got the picture. Nope. Kinda a really tricky thing, learning how to listen without attaching. Listen, but at the same time just letting it go. It's the only way to heal, but protect at the same time. Meow meow. Still playing. I guess you are. Wow. Well, I assume you're asleep, Light, and you don't talk anymore, Chris Martin, so... Bro, where the fuck did I put my vape? I got the vape. For reals. I was misplaced it. There we are. Well, I'm off. I'm sure we'll see each other soon enough. When we're meant to. Nice talking to you, as always. Much love.
Hello. 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 Is everybody asleep?
No, we're still at my hands are occupied. They might be asleep.
Your hands might be occupied, but your mouth is not.
No, I mean I'm handling like 3 different things. Check my stream.
Okay. Yo, maybe what some of you guys can maybe help me get my what's the name? For some reason my OBS is not working on my computer. Like when I launch it, I have the profile that I want. I created what I want my virtual camera to be. But then when I click on it, start virtual camera, and then I go to Discord, settings, voice and video. OBS doesn't show up as a camera option, and I don't know why.
Defense.
Does anybody have an idea?
No, but I have a question. Which version of Storm Dragon are you? Are you a
The
third
original.
version? The original. Alright, so Perfect Storm X without the dots, is that you, or are you the one with the dots?
No, I am mine is just Storm Dragon. I think it's with the, let me check, with a small d.
So you don't have anything to do with Perfect Storm X, the two different
No,
ones?
Me and him, I'm very, very often confused with that person. I have no.
I can imagine why. Well, sorry, I just had to, you know, get my bearings around that. But thank you, now I understand.
Storm X, they have caused a lot of problems in my life, and I hate the fact
I
they're
can
a similar. I hate the fact that I share a similar username, but this is the OG username that I've had ever since I started Discord, and my alt account doesn't even have this name at all.
I see. Yeah.
And my alt account is basically just a backup for friends. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. I am not Perfect Storm. As you can see, Perfect Storm is a dude. I'm a girl.
Yeah. It's just that there's 2 different Perfect Storm X's. And I'm confused already there. Right? Now you came along and I'm like,
What's the name?
I'm just gonna ask instead of trying to, you know, figure that one out at this current time.
Yeah, Perfect Storm is the troll of the Discord witch community, so I understand. If you know, you know.
Action.
So how you doing, Chris?
Tired.
Change.
Must be late at night.
Well, it's kinda late morning, I would say.
Oh, so where are you located? You must be in Europe somewhere.
Yeah, Sweden.
Sweden.
Yeah. As Guardian representation.
Change. Dice.
Do you know how OBS works?
No, unfortunately.
Set.
You don't.
I could probably figure it out, but I'm way too tired to start running any kind of analytic kind of process right now. So.
Everybody's had a bad night last night. I wonder why.
Oh, but no, it wasn't a bad night. It was a great night. It was just exhausting.
Oh, did you have a friend over? Wink,
No,
wink.
no, no, no. I wish. That sounds lovely. No, 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 no. We're doing some system-wide spring cleaning, you could call it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I got so tired because I've got literally just a box, 2 boxes of just cables. And I got so sick and tired of that system that I literally took every cable that I have, like micro cables and USB to Type C and stuff like that, and I figured out what is what, put it in containers and labeled it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Defense.
And then last night I had for some reason I got sugar fever out of nowhere. So then I don't know why I had sugar fever.
Yeah, you know. Sometimes it's expressions.
Nice.
So what happened is I dug out something that I haven't used for a very long time, and I think that because every time when I came into my room, I started getting a headache. So I think that was the reason why.
Yeah. It's becoming increasingly clear in you know the things that surround us, be it people, things, or experiences, right? It's what serves us or what does not.
Defense.
Oh, weird that my OBS is not working. I mean, it's working, it's just that the virtual camera is not working.
Defense.
Yes, I haven't figured with that before.
And also, like my sound card is not working. It's working as a what's the name to be able to use my microphone, my headset, and my computer. I'm not even sure if computer sounds even work. There is a way you can do that, and then but for some reason the voice effects and the sound card buttons and stuff like that are not working. And it was working, and it's done this before, so I don't know what's wrong with it. But it is a cheap ass virtual sound, live sound card, so I'm probably gonna invest in getting a better one.
Yes, it's
Nice.
reason.
Set.
In fact, why don't I do some shopping? Do some browsing.
Some digital vagabond.
Action.
you do? Bye.
Defense.
Alexion 9 is a V8. I don't want the V8. I have the V8. It sucks balls.
Change dice.
And the other stuff was like a problem. Oh, good morning.
Set.
Good. No fever. That's good. Sorry? Lol. Did you beat them up? Did you beat them up? Yeah. Okay.
Move. Action. Draw. Change. Defense. Change dice. Set. Move. Action. Defense. Draw.
Hello.
Hello, Matthew.
Change.
How are you, Chris?
Excellent, man. I'm a bit tired. Fucking
Nice.
awesome.
I have exams about insurance tomorrow.
Defense.
How do you feel?
Not as prepared as I could be. But also not as unprepared as I could be.
Exactly right. So, you know, I think you're gonna make a good impression of yourself.
Change dice.
Yeah, I missed mainly they opened up a spot for the exam in a city near me. So I thought I'll just go and see how it happens. Instead of going to Amsterdam for the test itself.
Yeah, fuck that. No, don't take me wrong, I really like Amsterdam. But, you know, park travel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Fuck traveling an hour for
Yeah.
the test.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
finally found a sound card that is cheap. That is under $1,000.
Sound card.
Yeah, well, not a sound card, a live sound card. Yeah, I have a V8, but it sucks balls. So I'm usually trying to find something better. But I don't seem to find anything better unless I get a whole new studio kit, and I don't really want to get a whole new studio kit. Because I found one that I liked. It looks pretty good. It comes with microphone. No, I don't need that. I have a microphone. I have a very good microphone.
Defense. Change dice. Set.
Don't even fucking start!
Action. Defense. Draw. Change. Defense. Change dice. Set.
Everyone's quiet today. You're gonna fruit.
Waking up.
Good morning to you.
Morning.
How's everybody?
Smoking a joint.
Also, making break.
Action. Defense.
God damn.
Seems like everybody had a rough night.
Wait,
waking up tired.
I didn't have much sleep last weekend.
Excuse me?
I didn't have much sleep last weekend, so caught up on sleep this last night.
Yeah, what's the name? According to my watch, I have a very, very bad
Defense.
sleep. And I know I did, because I kept on waking up. That's the worst. Just waking up the whole time.
I used drugs on Thursday and he used drugs on Friday, so I caught up on sleep on Thursday.
Okay, dope.
Set.
Well, this thing is a fucking liar. I did not have an excellent sleep. I'm so tired. Oh, my heart rate goes very low when I sleep. 53 beats per minute when I sleep.
Action. Defense. Draw.
Hey, Fruit.
Change.
Fruit. Fruit.
Me?
No. What's
Oh, sorry, me. I
Yes,
thought,
you.
yeah, I thought Roy Holland was me,
Defense.
but yeah, I understand. What do we understand?
OBS works.
What?
Do you know how OBS works?
No, I've never installed it before.
Sorry?
Change.
No, I have never installed it before.
Set. Action. Defense.
gave me a rain key. I beat the thing, didn't I?
us with the golden light. We'll bring love, we'll bring hope, back to where we'll know it's right. With the wings all the way to where it's so out to the edge of what we know, to beseech what is so calm, and bring it back from above, then build it right from the start, free to be given greater, no longer better, getting better, to do our part.
Silver and golden moon, heal us with your gentle light. Silver and golden moon, guide us through the darkest night. Thank y'all for watching and enjoying. Hope y'all had a good time. Good luck on your side, no matter what time it is happening. Y'all have a, or, yeah, good lucky.